Hi, I'm Steve Garvey, and welcome to Baseball's Greatest Games. This week, we'll show you Game 4 of the 1969 World Series. Amazingly enough, the Mets are giving the Orioles a tough time, and this wasn't supposed to happen. The Orioles devastated the American League and were expected to make short work of the Mets, who in one season went from 9th place to a pennant. But now, thanks to great pitching and a couple of small miracles from Tommy Agee, the Mets are up 2-1. Game 4 is a matchup of the season's two Cy Young Award winners, Mike Cuellar and Tom Seaver. Now to Shea Stadium with announcers Kurt Gowdy and Lindsey Nelson.
Don Buford hit .291 during the regular American League season. He is 2 for 11 so far in the World Series. He's had 1 home run and 2 runs batted in. Seaver's first pitch. And it's in there for a foul strike to Don Buford. That's Paul Blair on deck. Both Buford and Seaver, opposing each other right here, played college baseball at the University of Southern California. Buford came to the Orioles from the Chicago White Sox. Change up. Short hopped into Grody. The third baseman is Ed Charles, in on the grass there against the speed of Don Buford. That's in for a call strike. It's 1-2. Seaver facing Buford. Seaver has a fastball, good slider, breaking pitch, and has thrown more change-ups this year than ever before, and he's been followed by the remainder of the Met staff in that regard. Breaking pitch, and it's a little low. It's 2-2. Return throw gets away. The umpire behind the plate is Shag Crawford of the National League, calling balls and strikes, and you will note that he works extremely close to the catcher. He's having a word there with Grody at the moment. Not as close as he once did, but still very close. Fouled off and out of play. We were talking to Shag Crawford before the start of today's ball game. He has never worked behind Ellie Hendricks, of course, and he said that before the game now, he would say to Ellie, I do work extremely close. Don't let it worry you, because with runners on base, I'll move back a little. But he gets right up there. Swing and a miss. Seaver gets a strikeout.
Batting in the second position.
And that brings up Paul Blair.
Number 6.
The umpire, Shag Crawford, behind the plate. He's from the National League. Lou DeMuro of the American League at first. Big Lee Wire of the National League at second. Hank Soar of the American League at third. Frank Sikori of the National League down the left field line. Larry Knapp of the American League down the right field line. Pitch to Paul Blair. In there for a called strike. Blair hit .285 during the American League season. He is 1 for 11 so far in World Series play this year. Breaking pitch low and away. It's 1-1. With the fastball, and it's 1-2 now. Gil Hodges felt hopefully that Seaver would be sharp today as he was during the regular season because of the fact that he's pitching in his regular turn now. After having pitched last Saturday, this would be his regular turn. After the Mets clinched the championship in the Eastern Division, he did not work in regular turn, and there's some feeling that that might have affected his work. Low, it's 2-2. Seaver is 24 years of age. Born in Fresno, California. Gil Hodges wearing the jacket here at Shea today. There is a base hit for Paul Blair in the center field. Agee up with it, returns it. Blair turns and holds with a single to center the first base hit of the ball game. Checked in with Coach George Stoller at first base.
Right fielder. Number 20, Frank.
And now Frank Robinson. Batted .308 during the American League season. Robinson is 1 for 9 during this World Series. The coach at third at the left of your screen is Billy Hunter, and George Stoller is the coach at first at the bottom of your screen. Swing and a miss. Strike one to Frank Robinson. Robinson, one of baseball's superstars. Blair's back safely. Breaking pitch, and it's hit deep to left center field, way back. Agey's at the track, and he's waiting and makes the catch. Halfway on the fly ball to left center, Blair retreats to first base. 2 men out. Boog Powell is coming up.
Batting in the 4th position.
And at 3:04 during the American League season, he is 3 for 11 in this World Series. John Wesley Powell.
Fans might wonder about the black under the eyes. That's lamp black put in there to knock the glare of the sun. And we have a light sky today, no clouds, and a very bright sun.
2 men out, runner at first. Top half of the first inning, no score. Seaver's pitch is fouled off to the left side, out of play for strike 1. Oddly enough, this was the only year that the Mets and Orioles did not meet in exhibition play in the spring. They have met in every other season except this one. Moved him back inside with the fastball. It's 1-1. Breaking pitch, it's fouled off. Change speed, it's 1-2. Safely, Paul Blair, 2 men out. It's high for a ball. Yesterday, we didn't hear much of the air traffic in and out of LaGuardia because of the direction of the wind. However, today, they are using the runway nearest to this ballpark, so you're likely to hear the noise of jet planes throughout the afternoon. This will be a 2-2 pitch to Powell. And it's in there for a call, strike 3. Struck him out. 2 strikeouts for Seaver in the inning. The side is retired with no runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left. In the middle of the first inning, the score is Baltimore 0 and the Mets coming to bat. Listen to the ovation Tommy Agee gets now with this PA announcement.
Tommy Agee.
Lindsay, Earl Weaver standing on the steps of the Baltimore dugout watching Buford for any signs that he may not be able to go at full speed out there.
Agee, the hero yesterday, led off with a home run for the New York Mets. Here's a breaking pitch in there for a called strike. Now, in his victory last Saturday, there's Earl Weaver in the dugout of the Baltimore Orioles. Cuellar last Saturday threw 60 to 70% screwballs. It's his big pitch. And away, it's 1-1. Agee hit .271 during the regular season. He's had only 1 hit in this World Series, but it was a big one. A leadoff home run yesterday. Breaking pitch it on the ground to third. Brooks Robinson with a big hop. Cross to Boog Powell, and Agee is out. That will bring up the Mets shortstop Bud Harrelson, who is a switch hitter.
Playing shortstop, number 3.
He is 2 for 9 in the World Series so far.
Number 3.
A beautiful October afternoon in New York. Shea Stadium packed and jammed for this, the 4th game of the 1969 World Series. Run it foul. Out of play. Harrelson trying to bunt his way on. Harrelson had a knee operation last September 24th. His knee had bothered him throughout the season, and so before the end of the year, he submitted to surgery. Got a late start in spring training and then had a great season for the New York Mets. Outside, 1-1. Cuellar has worked here at Shea Stadium before, of course, when he was in the National League. That's a little low for a ball. He worked here last on August 18th, 1968, and lost 8-1. This is a foul ball. It's back and out of play. This game is authorized under television rights granted by Major League Baseball solely for the entertainment of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. There's a base hit. In the left field, Buford comes up with it. Harrelson turns and holds with the first Met base hit. A single to left. He checks in with Yogi Berra.
Number 21,
Leon Jones is the batter. Jones batted .340 during the National League season. He led the National League at that for much of the year. In this World Series, he's had one hit. He is 1 for 12. Now the Met fans start a chant of "Let's go Mets." It's in for a call strike.
Looking out to center, we still see Paul Blair playing a fairly shallow center field against these Mets.
We talked to him about that before the game, Fred. He said that the background did not bother him as it has bothered many center fielders. Harrelson's back safely. Again. 1968, Cuellar's record against the Mets was no wins and 2 losses. One of those was a 1-0 loss to Tom Seaver. It was at Houston on June 20th. Ground ball is short. Belanja to Johnson for 1, a throw on, and a double play. 6-4-3 if you're scoring, and the side is retired. With no runs, a hit, no errors, and none left. And at the end of an inning, the score is Baltimore nothing, the Mets nothing.
The Orioles didn't score in the top of the second. Let's go to the bottom of the inning with the score still 0-0.
The coach is now Eddie Yost at third for the Mets, and Yogi Berra on the lines at first. And Don Clendenin is up to lead off, facing screwballer Mike Cuellar. Swinging a foul ball off and out of play. Clendenin was the only Met to get 2 hits off Cuellar in the first game. He had a double and a single and struck out twice and 4 times at bat. Clendenin hit .248 during the National League season, and in this World Series he's 3 for 7. He's had 1 home run and 1 run batted in. That's in for a called strike. 0-2 now to Clendenin. Inside low. Miss low and away, so it's 2-2. It's out full at 3-2 now to Clendenin. This will be a payoff pitch from Cuellar to Clendenon. It's out of here for a home run for Don Clendenon. Clendenon with his second home run of this World Series pushed the Mets to a 1-0 lead.
Watch, this is either a screwball or a breaking pitch. It didn't act up. Right out over the plate for him. Clendenon, full power behind it. And lashed that one right out.
Now Ron Swoboda's up, and the pitch is high and away for a ball. Swoboda during the season hit .235. He's 1 for 7 in the World Series. He said against the screwball, he might very well try to take it to right field today. It's high and away for a ball, 2-0. Cuellar changed his speed with that screwball. Ground ball to deep short. Big hop for Belanger. Long throw across to Powell, and Swoboda's out. 1 away. And now Ed Charles, whom the Mets affectionately call the grand old man of the New York Mets at age 36.
Ed Charles. Number 5.
Charles, so he finally made the World Series in his 18th year of professional baseball. Foul back and out of play. One and one. Jerry Grote is on deck. One delivery. One hop to short. Belanger across to Boog, Powell, and Charles is out. 2 away.
These last 2 outs, the Mets have hit the ball sharply, hard, right at Belanger, and they're putting more wood on the ball than they did in the opening game they faced Cuellar.
Jerry Grote hit .252 for the season, 1 for 4 in this World Series. Swing and a miss, strike one. Low for a ball. It's 1-1 to Jerry Grote. He checked, took it low. It's 2-1. Cuellar came up to Cincinnati in 1959 in the National League, went over to the Cardinals in '64. He was traded with Ron Taylor to Houston on June 15, 1965. Swing and a miss. 2-2. And last December, Baltimore made a deal with Houston. Cuellar with infielder Tom Johnson for Kurt Blefary. Fouled off and out of play. Cuellar proceeded to be the biggest winner in the major leagues with 23. So here today we have the winningest left-hander in the majors this year against the winningest right-hander in the majors this year. Cuellar against Seaver. In there for a call, strike 3. Caught him looking. First strikeout for Cuellar. The Mets are out in the second. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and none left at the end of 2 full innings of play. The score is the Mets 1 and Baltimore nothing. Mark Belanger takes a pitch high and tight for ball 1. He was at the plate when Johnson was thrown out at second in the second inning. So it's Belanger's first time up. Tom Seaver with the pitch. Changes speed, gets it in there for a call strike. Breaking pitch, it's 1-1. And now Shag Crawford has turned and pointed the finger. And Crawford, and that's Earl Weaver, The manager of the Baltimore Orioles coming out now. Shag Crawford calling balls and strikes here today. And Weaver's just behind him as he moves back, and he's out of the ball game. Earl Weaver has been thrown out of this World Series. Their gesture is repeated. Well, it's a little unusual for a manager to be thrown out of a World Series because usually the commissioner explains to them before the start that this is a little something special. It's a big event, but apparently whatever he said got Crawford's immediate attention.
During the season, they're not supposed to protest on balls and strikes. But they say, you know, unless something really unusual happens, leave the ball players in there, the managers. This is and it looks like Weaver's out a few times. Back up, he's screwing to, well, let's see, what's he going to do? He's gone. He's down the dugout and gone.
Down the runway and into the locker room. And the pitch is high and away and out of Belanger. Weaver's out of this ball game. We can only guess who's running the club. I guess Billy Hunter, you suppose, Kurt? It's only a guess. Line drive to right and a base hit for Belanger. One hop. Taken by Swoboda and played back, and it's a second base hit now for the Orioles. Off Tom Seaver.
Could be Bamberger. It still could be Weaver back somewhere watching it on TV, too.
Number 35.
There have been cases of that. Cuellar is up now in what may very well be a sacrifice situation for the Baltimore Orioles. He hit 117 during the regular season. Squares to bunt, bunts, and pulled it back, says umpire Shag Crawford, so make it a ball. Had the bat out there and pulled it off the pitch. It was out of the strike zone, and it is ball one. Cuellar was 1 for 3 and batted in a run in that game Saturday. It is low, 2-0. The Mets are leading 1-0. The Orioles batting in the top of the third. 2-0 pitch. In the strike zone, it's 2-1. Squared again. Sacrifice has apparently been on all three pitches. Hey, he bluffed it and punched it into left field for a base hit. Moving on to second is Belanger, and Cuellar is on at first with a single to left. Bluffed the butt, and then punched it to left field. Nobody out, runners first and second.
Number 9.
You see a lot of players try and do that. It's difficult. Cuellar was a real artist with that one.
Now it's Don Buford coming up, and he's a switch hitter. He's been up one time and he struck out. The Mets protecting against the sacrifice possibility here, with Clendenin in on the grass at first and Charles on the edge of the grass at third. Seaver will cover on the third base side, and it's in for a strike as he was squaring to bunt and took the pitch in the strike zone. Mets here will have Clendenin covering on the first base side, Seaver on the third base side, Charles hanging around the bag to take a possible throw for a possible force. Breaking pitch inside low, blocked by Grody. He was around to bunt again. Belanger at second, and Cuellar at first.
Lindsay, you've seen Seaver since he came up with the Mets. He's a very good fielding pitcher, isn't he?
Excellent fielding pitcher. He's agile. He's a good all-round athlete. This will be a 1-1 pitch to Don Buford. Hammered on the ground to Clendenin. What a play. The force at second and no throwback. Moving on to third is Belanger as they get the middleman Cuellar. That ball came within a millimeter of being bounced over the head of Clendenin at first base. He was way in on the edge of the grass. So now runners at first and third, one man out, and Paul Blair coming up.
Center fielder, Paul.
That 6'4" frame didn't hurt the Mets there at first base.
Didn't hurt at all. And Paul Blair is up now. He had the first base hit of this ball game in the first inning off Tom Seaver. Mets keep Harrelson and Weiss at double play depth. The Mets are leading 1-0. The Orioles threatening here in the top half of the third inning. Seaver off the stretch. Breaking pitch low and away into the dirt again. Buford is at first. Belanger is the runner at third. The 1-0 pitch to Blair. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Belanger at third and Buford at first with one away. Ball is bunted up into the air and Seaver lets it drop. Now goes to first and now they have a shot but no throw at second. Seaver purposely let the ball drop to see if he had a possible shot at a double play. Decided he'd better hustle it over to first, and then no throw was made to second on Buford. Two men out, runners at second and third.
That's the same play that Paul Blair pulled in the 12th inning against the Minnesota Twins with a bunt down the third baseline.
Robinson.
It was a safety squeeze. Belanger was waiting at third to see what happened. So I think you're right. Seaver was trying to set it up for the double play and thought he might be too late at second.
Seaver on more than one occasion has alertly done just that sort of thing to get two when he might have got one. Frank Robinson now up there. And it's high and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Buford at second, Belanger at third, two men out. Mets are leading by a score of 1-0. Robinson flied to center in the first inning, to left center. Breaking pitch, misses low and away, and it's 2-0. Seaver's control has not been exceptionally sharp. Belanger at third, Buford at second. Fastball swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Of course, he realizes that all he has to do is make a slight mistake to Frank Robinson up there right now, and it's 2 runs, and the Orioles are out in front. 2-1 delivery. And it's popped up foul to the right side and playable to Don Clendenin. Side is out. It is no run. 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. And in the middle of the third inning, the score is the Mets 1 and the Orioles nothing.
Earl Weaver's ejection shows how frustrated the Orioles are. They've lost 2 straight World Series games to the underdog Mets, and they can't get a run off Seaver, even though he hasn't been sharp. Just think, Baltimore won 109 games in the regular season and then swept the Twins in the playoffs. You bet they're frustrated. Let's rejoin the game in the bottom of the third. It's still 1-0 Mets.
Earl Weaver was given the heave-ho sign, it looked like, from umpire Shag Crawford. We cannot find him in the dugout. There's some question along the press that he is officially out of the game. And many of the old-timers who've covered World Series for years cannot ever remember a manager being ejected from a World Series game.
Al Weiss is up, and he takes it in there for strike 1. This is Weiss's first time up. And it's low for a ball. It's 1-1. Well, I'm sure that Harold Weissman, the Mets Director of Public Relations, will be able to get in touch downstairs, and we'll get definite information. Here's a swing and a miss. It's 1-2 on Weaver's status. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on it on the ground to third, and Brooks Robinson does not handle it, and Weiss is on at first. baseman. Brooks Robinson moved to his left and retreated, and it was off his glove and chest.
Batting in the ninth position. Pitcher, number 41, Tom Seaver. Number 41.
That'll bring up Tom Seaver in a sacrifice circumstance here. We'll wait for a scorer's decision. The scorers are Dick Young of the New York Daily News, Joe D'Urso of the New York Times, and Lou Hatter of the Baltimore Sun. Orioles protect against the sacrifice likelihood as Seaver bunts foul for strike one. It's scored as a base hit. It is a base hit for Al Weitz. Sacrifice still on, and it's low out of the strike zone. 1-1. The Mets are leading 1-0, and they're batting here in the bottom half of the third inning. Seaver has checked with the sign man Eddie Yost at third base. Low for a ball. It's 2-1. Seaver checks the sign again. Weiss takes the lead at first, and there's nobody out. 2-1 pitch. Bunted on and missed. No throw. Nobody at the bag, and it's 2-2. Ellie Hendricks had the arm caught. There's Yost running through the signs for him. Yost never played a day of minor league baseball. He has a master's degree from New York University. It's said that the Met coach at first, Yogi Berra, has a doctor's degree from Casey Stengel. It is bunted foul, and it's 2-2. Check it. It's the third strike bunted, and he's a strikeout victim. It was the third strike bunted foul, and he is a strikeout victim. The second for Cuellar. That'll bring up Tommy Agee, who's been up one time, and he grounded out third to first. Runner at first now, one away. Bottom half of the third inning. Breaking pitch in for a called strike. Buford comes over, gets the one hop, wheels it to third, and Weiss holds it second. So Agee's on it first. He ripped that one into left field.
Watch him go after this low pitch now. Cocks that leg a little. Golfing the low pitch.
Shortstop.
Now Bud Harrelson's coming up. He's a switch hitter batting right. He's been up one time and had a single to left field. Fouled it off, and it is strike one. Runners returning, Agee to first and Weiss to second. And Jim Harden is up and throwing in the bullpen now for the Baltimore Orioles. Right-hander Jim Harden. The count is strike one to Harrelson. There's one man out. Missed outside. It's 1-1. Screwball. Ground ball. Johnson comes up with it. Makes the play to Boog Powell just in time to get Harrelson. Runners moving up.
Powell was pulled off the bag and trying to field that ball, and he just found his way back there.
So now it'll be Cleon Jones coming up with runners at second and third and two men out. Cleon bounced into a double play in the first inning. He's had only one hit in the World Series thus far. Jones was the National League's all-star left fielder this year. Foul off and out of play. Strike one. Al Weiss at third. Tommy Agee at second with 2 away. Mike Cuellar. Ground ball, and it's taken by Robinson, and the plate a foul in time. The Magic Glove came up with that one, and the side is retired. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. The end of 3 full innings of play, the score is the Mets 1, the Orioles nothing. Boog Powell at the plate. Seaver's pitch in there for a called strike. Powell's been up 1 time, and he was called out on strikes. Through 3 innings, the Mets 1 run, 4 hits, no errors, and the Orioles no runs, 3 hits, no errors. Fastball in tight. It's 1-1. Brooks Robinson there on deck. Curveball hit on the ground to second. It's taken by Weiss, and can Clendenon get back? He can, and if he couldn't have, Seaver was there. 1 away.
Third baseman.
Watch Joe Garagiola each morning on the Today Show as he brings you highlights of the World Series and talks with stars of each game. That's a great way to start the day, Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Brooks Robinson, then up 1 time, grounded out short to first. Swing and a miss. Started him off with a slider. That is popped up. Charles and Harrelson, and Charles makes the catch as Harrelson leans out of his way. Leaning right over the cylinder on which the tarp is rolled up.
Catcher.
That'll bring up Elrod Hendricks. He's been up 1 time and he drew a walk. Tom and Nancy Seaver have a pet dog, and the name of the dog is Slider, which might give you some idea of what Seaver's pet pitch is.
We just received word from the Baltimore dugout that Billy Hunter, the coach, is now running the Baltimore club after the manager Earl Weaver had been ejected by umpire Shag Crawford.
There's a pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0.
And Lindsay, they went up and down the press row to many of the veteran riders, and none of them can ever recall a manager being thrown out of a series game.
Foul back and out of play. It's 1-1.
Of course, we remember the 34 series, the Cardinals and the Tigers, when the Commissioner Landis had to remove Joe Medwick from the field when the Tiger fans showered the field with fruit when he went out to take his position in the outfield.
There's a 1-1 pitch, changeup, and he did not get it in the strike zone. It's 2-1. Two-one delivery. Swung on, hammered on the ground, and it is Clendenon to Seaver for the put-out. On Clendenon, ranging wide to make the play. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And in the middle of the 4th inning, the score is the Mets 1 and the Orioles nothing.
You're reliving one of baseball's greatest games, only on Sports Channel.
Let's skip ahead to the top of the 7th. The Orioles have 3 hits, all singles, and they're still down 1-0.
Brooks Robinson grounded to short and fouled out. 1-0. Seaver's allowed just 3 hits. That's headed toward the seats. Seaver has struck out 3, walked 2. Blair singled in the 1st. Belanger and Cuellar had back-to-back singles in the third. The Orioles haven't had a hit since the third. Just off the corner, 2-1. Veteran right-hander Dick Hall now is warming up for the Orioles. Foul back. 2-2 to Brooks Robinson. About another 5 minutes, that batter's going to be in the shadows. Hit slowly to Charles. Throws Robinson out with one down in the seventh. Well, the Orioles now have gone
Catcher, Elrod, Hendricks.
17 in the third innings without a run.
Number
There's
10.
the call. Ellie Hendricks has walked and grounded out. Glendening covers the first base line against him. The outfield swings toward right. You can look out there and see A.G. in right center for him. 0-1 to Hendricks. Something happened in the stands down below us. He pops it up as Seaver jammed him right on the fist. Harrelson squeezes it out, number 2. Seaver right now is overpowering these batters.
Second baseman, Dave Johnson. Number 15.
Dave Johnson looking for his first World Series hit in '69 has gone 0 for 8 coming into today. He's forced play and he's flied out to left. 0-1 to him. Slider hit that corner, 0-2. Two left-handers tomorrow, Kuzman and McNally. They were matched up on Sunday in Baltimore. 2 down, nobody on. 1-2 to Dave Johnson. Mets are leading 1-0 in the top of the 7th. An overpowering inning for Tom Seaver. At the end of 6.5 innings, it's New York 1 and Baltimore 0. Comebacker to Cuellar. Easy play over to Powell, and there's 1 out. Ron Swoboda's up now. He's grounded to short, and he's single to center.
Swoboda.
Ed Charles will be on deck. One run, 6 hits for the Mets. No runs, 3 hits for the Orioles. Hit a curveball to left field. Buford back in. Swoboda's on. That's base hit number 7 for the Mets.
Third baseman, Ed Charles. Number 5.
Ed Charles has grounded out and struck out. One and 0 to Ed Charles. Doing nothing to him. Swoboda at first, 1 out. Line drive deep. Buford's there, 2 down. Outside of Clendenin's home run, that's been the hardest hit ball of the game.
Number 15.
Gary Grody has struck out twice. One and 0 to Grody. Mets are ahead 1-0. Last of the 7th, the Orioles in the 8th have Belanger, Cuellar, and Buford scheduled up. That's Al Weiss on deck for New York. Foul out of play. The payoff to the players have been increased this year. The winners will get roughly around $15,000. Last year, the winning Tigers got $11,000 apiece. The losers will get $10,000, depending on the gate, but at least that, 2 and 1. And the losers last year, the Cardinals, collected $7,000 a share. Well, there's a little money on the line here this week.
Players have not overlooked that fact.
The 2-1 pitch. 3 and 1. In this 3-1 situation, the Mets have been starting their runner this series. See if they do it again. Swoboda's the man there. Grody's the batter with a count of 3 and 1. Swoboda's holding, and it's foul back. Now with 2 down, Swoboda will go.
There he goes.
There he goes. Hit the short. Belanger over to Powell. The Mets are retired in the last of the 7th. No runs, 1 hit. There were no errors and 1 left. At the end of 7 innings here in New York, it's the Mets 1 and the Orioles nothing.
The Mets have only a 1-run lead, but the way Seaver's pitching now, they don't have much to worry about. This World Series capped off a brilliant season for Seaver. He won 25 games and was throwing the kind of stuff that would eventually bring him 311 wins and the 3rd most strikeouts of all time. And yet this game will mark his only World Series victory. Well, let's go to the top of the 8th. Seaver's allowed 3 hits, all singles, and he's holding a 1-0 lead.
Kurt Gowdy with Lindsey Nelson here at Shea Stadium. Mark Belanger leads off for the Orioles in the 8th inning. Strike 1. Eddie Watt is warming up in the Oriole bullpen, and Dave May is on deck to bat for Mike Cuellar. And the Mets pitching staff earned run average in this World Series 1.36. Pops it up. Hit the curveball. 1 down. The Orioles have not had a hit since Cuellar singled in the 3rd. Dave May hit .242 this year. There's Eddie, let's see, that's on the Mets side.
Don Cardwell.
Don Cardwell, a veteran right-hander. Dave May hit .242 with 3 homers.
Your attention,
Dave
please.
May now batting for Cuellar.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Cuellar pitched
For
himself
Baltimore. Batting for
a
Cuellar.
fine ball game, but
Number 12.
not quite as good as Tom
May.
Seaver.
Number 12.
Don Buford's on deck. 1. The Mets have stopped the Orioles with no runs in the last 18 in the third inning. Only 1 run in the last 29 in the third inning. One ball, one strike. 3, 6, 9, 13, 16, 17. Seaver's retired 16 of the last 17. Curve, missed. Two balls and a strike. Fastball, 2-2. Checking back and talking to a lot of people in the press row, radio, TV row. The third game of the 35 World Series, Charlie Grimm of the Cubs was ejected from a World Series game, the manager of the Cubs. Seaver's getting tougher and tougher as this game goes along. The only other time it's ever happened. Earl Weaver was kicked out of this game in the third inning.
Number 9.
Evidently protesting a ball and strike decision. What was said, only Weaver and the umpire, Shag Crawford, know.
Weaver's antics with umpires were legendary during his minor league career. There was a time in the Eastern League he was ejected and sat down on third base. When he finally was persuaded to leave, he took the bag with him into the clubhouse.
5 strikeouts for Seaver. Don Buford watches that slow ball. 1-0. 1-0. New York Mets leading in the top of the 8th. The Orioles have 2 down, nobody on. Foul back. They're just not getting a good piece of anything off this kid. Seaver's last 8 starts in the regular season. He pitched 8 complete games and allowed only 8 earned runs in those last 8 games. Popped up. Third baseman Ed Charles there. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Seaver. At the end of 7.5 innings, it's the Mets 1 and the Orioles nothing. Al Weiss, 2 for 2. 2 singles. 4 for 6 in the series. Strike to him. Straight away for Weiss and not too deep. Seaver will be on deck. He'll get a big ovation. Fly ball to left field. Buford almost in his tracks. 1 out. And as Seaver comes up,
Pitcher.
watch the crowd respond here at Shea Stadium.
Seaver, number 41.
Well, that's the sort of thing that happens all year long here at Shea, where the fans became famous before the team did. Kurt, they believe in lavishing praise on their very own, and Seaver's been their very special pet.
Strike. He struck out, hit into a double play. Isn't he the one that really set the pattern that we can be a winner someday here?
Absolutely. It was his conduct and his belief.
Dave Johnson, the second baseman, handles Seaver's grounder, who just trots it out and tries to conserve his energy for the top of the 9th. Now the top of the order, and Tom Agee grounded out, single, and grounded out. And speaking of the top of the 9th, as Agee will move
Center
up,
fielder,
the Orioles will have Blair, Frank Robinson, and Booth Powell.
number 20.
As Seaver will have to get the big boys in the Baltimore lineup out again. Been a tremendous year for baseball. Their centennial year. All-time teams picked. The All-Star game in the nation's capital. Reception by President Nixon there for baseball people. Foul ball, a new concept, 4 divisions. The Wild Wild West with 5 teams in the race down to the last week. The Mets lit up the whole nation with their story of overhauling the Cubs. Attendance record broken again. Sweep by the Orioles and the Mets in the playoffs, and now the World Series. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Eddie Watt. And at the end of 8 innings at Shea Stadium, it's the Mets 1 and the Orioles nothing.
Watching baseball's greatest games exclusively on Sports Channel.
The Orioles' last chance, the 9th inning. Paul Blair, Frank Robinson, and Boog Powell. Let's give a little tip of the hat today, Lindsay, to Mike Cuellar, who pitched 7 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, the home run by Clendenin. Didn't walk a batter and struck out 4.
Great performance.
Tom Seaver. Strike to the knee. On deck is Frank Robinson. Seaver. Curve, strike 2. He has been getting sharper and sharper as this game has gone on. He's retired 8 in a row. 18 of the last 19 batters. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The only man to reach base since the 3rd is Blair, who walked in the 6th. 1-2 to Paul Blair. Being played straight away and fairly deep. There's a fly ball to right field. Ron Swoboda is waiting for it. 1 out. Frank Robinson
Right fielder.
and Boog Powell.
Frank.
Either one of these men with one
Number
swing of the
20.
bat can tie this game. That's Nancy Seaver.
She gets a little emotionally involved in these things, Kurt, and she always sits in that seat when Tom is pitching.
Outside of Robinson, ball 1. A handsome young couple.
They are indeed.
Robinson's fly to center, fouled out and popped up. There's Boog Powell on deck. Check swing foul, 1-1. To show you how overpowering the Met pitching was during the latter part of the year, in their last 45 games, they had 1 shutout every 3 games. 15 shutouts of their last 45. They went over 800 batters faced their pitching, and not one got a home run in one streak. 1-1 pitch. Ball 2 to Robinson, 2-1. The Orioles were shut out 8 times during the American League season, but never twice in a row. They're 2 outs from being shut out twice in a row today. Foul back, 2-2 to Robinson. So the last 19 in the 3rd innings, the Orioles have failed to score. They've had only 1 run in their last 30 in the 3rd innings. Ed Charles right on the 3rd base line against Robinson. The guard against the extra base hit. It's a foul. It's going to be out of play. You can see Charles here in the 9th inning with 1 out. Step off the line. And Clendenin's guarding the first base line. They're guarding the corners. 2-2 to Frank Robinson. Coming back and out of play. Robinson's had some good swings. They're just getting a piece of it. That's when you know that pitcher's got good stuff. Seaver reminds you a lot of Robin Roberts in his prime. The 2-2 delivery. Base hit to left field by Frank Robinson. Fumbled momentarily. Robinson is holding, though. So the Orioles have the tying run on now in the top of the 9th. And Boog Powell the batter. There's the first hit for the Orioles since the 3rd. Powell has struck out, grounded out, fly to center.
First baseman, John Paul.
Right-hander Ron Taylor, left-hander Tug McGraw. are heating up in the Met bullpen. One to nothing. Mets leading in the 9th inning. Frank Robinson at first, one out for the Orioles. Powell the batter, Brooks Robinson on deck. Seaver's challenging these hitters with his fastball. They're deep and about 3 steps to right for Powell. He can hit the power to left center also. Change-up, bounding ball into right field. Robinson will come to third. Here's the throw by Swoboda, cut off by the shortstop, Harrelson, and the Orioles have the tying run at third now. The lead run at first with 1 away. They finally got a ball over Clendenin's head. Gil Hodges, never showing much emotion, finally is excited and gets up.
That's Jerry Kuzman there just beside him. Will be starting tomorrow. Here comes Gil.
Blair flying out. Frank Robinson single to left. Boog Powell a single to right, sending Robinson to third. The batter will be Brooks Robinson. McGraw and Taylor in the bullpen. Leaving him in. There's Taylor the right-hander, McGraw the left-hander. One down. Fly ball could tie it up for the Orioles. Nancy Seaver. Robinson has not had the ball out of the infield. Grounded to short, fouled out, grounded to third. Straight away for him in the outfield. And there's a drive to right center. Swoboda comes up with it. The tag at third. Here comes Frank Robinson. The game is tied. Ron Swoboda making another sensational catch for the Mets. Frank Robinson, the old veteran. They're going to appeal at third that Robinson left too quickly. But Frank Robinson, here's a grab. Look at that, Lindsay.
Beautiful catch by Ron Swoboda. And now the Mets are going to pull the appeal play at third. The call is safe.
Frank Robinson, a very, very
Catcher.
smart ball player all his career. Played that one perfectly. He waited there at third. That ball hit hard. Left as soon as Swoboda touched it. If Swoboda had missed that ball, the Orioles would have gone ahead. Would have rolled to the fence. And Boog Powell, though not a fast man, probably could have scored from first. So they're 2 down. We're in a 1-1 ball game now. And give Brooks Robinson a sacrifice fly. The last 3 men in a row now have tagged Seaver. Ball 2. Brooks Robinson has come through so many times over the years with clutch hits for the Orioles. And that time was a clutch drive that got the tying run in. There's a long belt down the right field line, and that one is foul. Ellie Hendricks just missed a 2-run homer. And these Met fans are oohing and awing now. I believe Seaver is too, and there is Hodges. Two balls, 1 strike. 2 down, Powell at first. 3-1 to Ellie Hendricks. Dave Johnson's on deck. Well, the Orioles finally cracked back into the scoring column. Brooks Robinson drove in the last Oriole run in the 7th inning of the 2nd game. Powell back off the fifth. It's 3-2. With 2 down, Powell will be going on this pitch. Jones has made a fine play in left today, and Swoboda that diving stab in right. The 3-2 pitch. Runner going. A drive out into right field. Swoboda's over there and flags it down. 1 run for the Orioles. 2 hits. No errors. 1 left. At the end of 8 1/2, the game is now tied 1-1. Bud Harrelson, Cleon Jones, and Don Clendenin will be up. Eddie Watt's pitch fouled off by Harrelson, who is singled, grounded out, and popped up. In the bullpen for the Orioles now, right-hander Dick Hall and left-hander Pete Rickard. Eddie Watt retired the Mets in order in the 8th. Mike Cuellar now is off the hook and no longer the pitcher of record. A ball. 1-1 to Harrelson. 1 run, 5 hits for the Orioles. 1 run, 7 hits for the Mets. That's the Baltimore bullpen. Strike 2 to Harrelson. 1-2. So how many better catches have you seen Swoboda make that during the year, Lindsey?
That was a Lulu.
2-2. His dive, if he'd missed that ball. The 2-2 delivery. A little bounding ball by the pitcher, charged by Johnson. Snaps. He has him at first base. Davy Johnson, second baseman, charging that one.
Left fielder. Cleon Jones.
1 out. And Cleon Jones up. And still the most unexcited man in this ballpark is the manager, Gil Hodges. That's the Oriole dugout. Jones has not had the ball out of the infield. He's hit into a double play, grounded to third, grounded to short. 1-1, last of the 9th inning. One to nothing. Two and nothing. His curve just missed. Watt thought he had the plate. W-A-T-T, Eddie Watt. Fastball for a strike. He came out in the Baltimore dugout in Game 2 with a black snake draped around his neck. Mo Drabowski had left it in the clubhouse. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball into left field, and the Mets now have the winning run at first. Buford's back into Davy Johnson.
First baseman.
Don Clendenin, the batter. Clendenin hit a home run in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th, bounced to the pitcher in the 7th. Deep, straight away. Curve for a strike, and really playing in deep now, backing up, is Buford in left field, almost to the warning path. The Blair is not as deep, and over in left is Buford, way back. Fouled out of play, strike 2. Cleon Jones at first. 1 out, last of the 9th inning. Game tied 1-1. On deck is Ron Swoboda. Struck him out on 3 pitches. Had him going for a bad ball that time. 2 down. Swoboda will get a hand for that diving catch. Grounded to short and had 2 hits.
Number 4.
Leon Jones at first stole 16 bases during the season. They're 2 down. Curve is hit in the air to right field. Frank Robinson coming. Can't get it. Over to third is Jones. The throw comes into Powell. Runners on first and third. Svoboda has his 3rd hit in a row. As he looped it in the shallow right. Art Shamsky now is coming out to bat for Ed Charles. A left-handed hitter, Art Shamsky. Remember, Earl Weaver, the manager of the Orioles, was ejected from this game in the 3rd inning. The coach, Billy Hunter, is now running the club.
Your attention, please, ladies
And here is Bamberger, the pitching coach of the Orioles, coming out.
Number 24, Art.
Let's see if they make a move to Rickert, the left-hander. Now they're calling Boog Powell over. The Mets now have the winning run at 3rd in Cleon Jones. He's the man that counts. Swoboda's at first. They're 2 down. The game tied 1-1 in the last of the 9th. Shamsky hit 300 this year, had 14 homers. He tore the Braves up. He had 7 out of 13 against the Braves in the National League Championship Series. Watt is staying in. Shamsky's played as a pull hitter to right field. And a little seat squirming time right here at Shea Stadium. Swings and bounds it out to Dave Johnson, and we're going to extra innings. Shamsky grounds out on the first pitch. No runs for the Mets. 2 hits. There were no errors. And 2 men left. At the end of 9, it's Baltimore 1 and New York 1. And right now at 3:19 New York time, we're going to the 10th inning at Shea Stadium. And to tell you about the 10th inning, Lindsey Nelson.
Thank you very much, Craig Gowdy. And hello again, everybody. Dave Johnson coming up. Wayne Garrett is now playing 3rd base for the New York Mets. Ed Charles having been removed for the pinch hitter. Seaver's still on the mound, and here's the pitch. In there for a called strike. Seaver has been in here all the way. He struck out 5 and walked 2. Breaking pitch hit to Garrett and on through him and off toward the rolled up cylinder, backed up by Harrelson to hold him to 1 base. So Johnson leads off here in the top half of the 10th inning.
Belanger, number 7.
And it's on at first. It'll be Belanger coming up now, the number 8 man in the order. Checking with Billy Hunter, who is the acting manager, with Earl Weaver having been ejected by umpire Shag Crawford. Dick Hall throwing out in the bullpen now for the Baltimore Orioles with Belanger up there. That was Johnson's first hit in this series. He was 0 for 11. Belanger squares. Grody moves in to take it. It is strike 1. Johnson the runner at first. We're in extra innings here at Shea Stadium in New York. 4th game of the World Series. Bunted up into the air. Who can play it? Grody can in foul territory. So Belanger has bunted out, and now Watt is going back to the dugout, and I think we'll get somebody to bat for Eddie Watt. Clay Dalrymple has come out with a bat. Clay Dalrymple, who is a left-hand batter, a catcher by trade, formerly with the Philadelphia Phillies. He is batting for Watt, and Dick Hall's throwing in the bullpen.
For Baltimore, batting for Watt, number 3.
The last extra inning game before today in a World Series was the 5th game of the 1964 World Series. St. Louis won it 5-2 at Yankee Stadium in 10 innings.
Tell you what to do.
As Dick Hall. Fastball is low. Johnson, the runner at first with one man out. Line drive in the left center. It's in for a base hit. A.G. one-hops the ball. Johnson holds at second. A.G. returns it. Dalrymple's on. There are runners at first and second. One man out, and Don Buford coming up. Score tied 1-1. The Orioles are batting in the top half of the 10th inning. And here comes pitching coach Rube Walker to the mound for a word with Seaver. The bullpen is busy. Ron Taylor and Tug McGraw, right-hander and left-hander, in double barrel action in the Met bullpen. There they are. Seaver stays in the ball game. Buford is a switch hitter. Struck out, grounded into a force play, grounded out first base to the pitcher covering and popped out. Breaking pitch low for a ball. Buford homered off Seaver last Saturday in Baltimore. Johnson at second base. Dalrymple at first base. And it's a high fly ball to deep right field. Swoboda's back in the warning track, has it lined up. Johnson tags at second, moves across. Throw goes to second. Runners at first and third now with two away.
Center fielder, Paul.
That will bring up Paul Blair.
Number 6.
Had a base hit. Tried to bunt his way on and was thrown out at first. Walked and flied out to right field. So the Orioles have the go-ahead run at third base now, with runners at first and third, two away in the top half of the 10th inning. Breaking pitch, a little high. It's 1-2. 1-2 delivery. Breaking pitch struck him out. So we'll be going to the bottom of the 10th. Strikeout number 6 for Seaver. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. In the middle of the 10th inning, the score is the New York Mets 1, the Baltimore Orioles 1. It's in the hands of Dick Hall for the Orioles now as the Mets send up the number 7 man in their order, Jerry Grody, who struck out looking, struck out swinging, and grounded out. 0 for 3 for the day. Bottom half of the 10th inning before a crowd of more than 57,000 at Shea Stadium in New York. Game number 4 of the 1969 World Series. The Mets leading 2-1 coming into today's game. Foul back at strike 1. The Mets got a run in the second here today that stood up until the top of the 9th when the Orioles scored 1 to keep this game alive. Change up and it's high. Al Weiss on deck. That's high and off the glove of Ellie Hendricks. No damage done. There are no base runners. It's 2 balls and a strike now to Jerry Grody. Only Tug McGraw throwing at the moment in the Met bullpen. It is popped up down the right field line. Frank Robinson gives it a long run, but this is out of play. Robinson's there, Johnson's there, Powell's there, but it's well back into the lower field boxes. Two-two the count now to Grody. Fouled off. Dick Hall has a deceptive delivery. You'll notice it's been described as something like a beach chair unfolding. Two-two pitch. It's high and a little tight. It's 3-2 now.
I don't think Hall will get mixed up in the count. He's quite a mathematician.
This will be a payoff pitch. Popped up into short left field, and Buford couldn't see it. He lost it in the sun momentarily. Belanger can't handle it. Play at second base, and he is safe at second. Jerry Grody in at second base. Don Buford momentarily lost it in the sun. Got a late start.
I think Buford lost his balls that came off the bat. He's deep out there. Look how far Belanger's going out. Now, here comes Buford breaking. If Belanger had caught this one, it would have been about as deep as you've ever seen a shortstop go out for a pop-up. Here's a throw in. Grody's in there. The Mets have the winning run. Now at second base, and we're going to have a pinch runner.
Rod Gasper coming in to run for Grody. As the Mets make a bid to win it here in the bottom half of the 10th inning, it is Gasper running for Grody. Nobody out, and Al Weiss is coming up.
For New York, at second base, running for Grody, number 17, Rod
That's
Gasper.
Eddie Yost talking to Al Weiss. You'll recall that it was Al Weiss who delivered the winning RBI in Sunday's game for the New York Mets, the 2-1 contest. Now he's the number 8 man in the order. First base is open, nobody out, and pitcher Tom Seaver scheduled up next. So let's see what kind of a move that the Orioles make. The acting manager is Billy Hunter. In the third inning, manager Earl Weaver was ejected by umpire Shag Crawford. They're going to put him on this time. Weiss is being intentionally walked. Pete Rickard and Jim Harden throwing in the bullpen for the Baltimore Orioles. They're going to put Weiss on and see if Gil Hodges makes a move here. Gil might very well leave Seaver in there and let him go to the sacrifice. Or he might go to the pinch hitter. He has Tug McGraw throwing in the bullpen. We'll know in just a moment. That was a lob throw down to second in an attempt to get Gaspar wandering off the bag. So the intentional walk is accomplished. Seaver goes back to the dugout. Gil Hodges standing alongside Rube Walker. It's going to be a pinch hitter coming up, and it's J.C. Martin. He is a left-hand batter who in the championship series in Atlanta delivered a pinch base hit that drove in 2 runs. Now here comes George Bamberger to the mound. The guess is that the Orioles will go to their left-hander, Pete Rickard.
Your attention, please.
Martin will bat for
Ladies
Seaver.
and gentlemen, for New York, batting for Seaver, number 9,
Bamberger,
J.C.
who still makes his home, by the way, at Staten Island here in New York. Talking it over. There's Rickard looking in. Jim Harden's the right-hander. Rickard's the left-hander. He's saying, do you want me? No sign yet. Bamberger's still there. And now Bamberger turns and starts back toward the dugout. Now it throws back to the mound. Now the sign is going to the bullpen from the umpire down the left field line, Frank Sikora, and it's Pete Rickard coming in to do the pitching. There's a break in the action here at New York. And in the bottom half of the 10th inning, the scores, the Mets won and Baltimore won. Pete Rickard will be 30 years of age on October 29th. He was born in Floral Park, New York, and says he doesn't think anybody there still remembers him. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Tommy Agee on deck. He squares to bunt. Bunts the ball, a good one. It's taken now by Rickard, throws to first, and it hit him in the back. Here comes the winning run. The ball is in play. The Mets win the ball game. The Mets win the ball game by a score of 2-1. as the throw hit Martin in the back. It was in play off in short right field, and pinch runner Gaspar scored from second, and the New York Mets won it in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Nancy Seaver getting congratulations all around. Her husband Tom gets credit for the victory. J.C. Martin in the midst of that laying down what he intended to be a sacrifice bunt. Nancy is a happy, happy girl as Tom Seaver has his first World Series victory ever. The New York Mets have gone ahead of the Baltimore Orioles in World Series play 3-1. What a finish, Kurt.
It really was, and you nearly saw the catcher Hendricks and the pitcher Rickard both going for the ball. Rickard finally picked it up. He fired at Dave Johnson. Watch this now. Watch this. I don't know where you can see the velocity in this throw. A very tough throw to handle. Fired in hard to Davy Johnson. And the ball caroms away from his glove and is rolling out now toward the right side of the infield. And then scampering across the plate here comes Rod Gasper with a winning run. And the Mets have done it again. A sensational catch by Swoboda saved them in the top of the ninth. The Orioles had battled back to tie it. Swoboda made a diving grab off the bat of Brooks Robinson that could have gone through to the wall to score 2 runs. That's been scored as an error by Pete Rickard, by the way. And so the Mets win it 2-1 and now have a commanding 3-1 lead. All right, now let's quickly go down to Tony Kubek.
With me on the field, today's winning pitcher and a heck of a ball game, Tom Seaver. This must be the most exciting moment in your life.
It is. It has to be, Tony. It's the greatest. I've wanted this for I don't know how long. I guess maybe 9 years old, but this is the most beautiful ball club I've ever seen. They're just fabulous. It's a pleasure to play with them. It really is.
Tom, I talked to your wife before the ball game, and she was so darn nervous, and she said, I know Tom is, and I'm right out there with him. She's a great gal.
I think she gets more nervous than I do. She's a great bit of encouragement for me.
You pitched a good ball game, and it looked like you got stronger about the 6th inning.
I did. I got a kind of a second win and made a couple of bad pitches in the 9th inning, gave up a run, but this club just never stops fighting.
You think we're going back to Baltimore?
I don't want to, Tony. I hope not.
Tom Seaver, thank you so much. Congratulations on your first series victory. Hope there'll be many more.
There's some more, too.
Thank you so much. Let's go on back upstairs.
What a fluke ending. You might say fate was on the Mets' side. The next game, they came back from a 3-0 deficit to beat the Orioles and cap a miracle season with their first World Championship. It's even more amazing when you consider that in their first 7 seasons, the Mets had never finished higher than 9th place. To go from 24 games out to world champions in 1 season, that's really something. Next week, we'll show you Game 7 of the 1975 World Series. You know, after Carlton Fisk's dramatics the night before, 70 million people tuned in to the finale of what was the most exciting World Series in years. I'll see you then. Hi, I'm Steve Garvey, and welcome to Baseball's Greatest Games. This week, we'll show you Game 3 of the 1969 World Series, which featured Tommy Agee putting on one of the great performances in series history. Of course, the '69 Mets were one of the great stories. Before that season, they had never finished higher than 9th place since coming into the majors in '62. So here they were, the Mets and the Orioles, David against Goliath. Going into Game 3, the series is tied at 1 apiece. The announcers you'll hear are Kurt Gowdy, Lindsey Nelson, and Tony Kubek. We'll be back with the start of the game after this.
Don Buford, the switch hitter, will be leading off. So the Mets have put 4 players in their lineup that did not play in Baltimore, as Hodges plays a right and left-handed platoon, and the only place that the Orioles platoon is the catcher. The rest of the players will go all the way for the Orioles. Don Buford. Gentry's first pitch, ball 1. Buford has had 2 hits and 8 times up in the series, one of them a home run. Hit .291 in the regular year. Buford, Blair, and Frank Robinson. Buford being played a couple of strides toward right. A 1-0 pitch. Fouled off the mask of the umpire, Larry Knapp. That jarred him up. The Orioles, a hard-hitting team all year, have been checked by the Mets pitching. And Buford's the only player who's had 2 hits for Baltimore in a series. A 1-1 pitch. Curve for 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 delivery. High breaking pitch or a change of some kind.
Second position. Center fielder. Number 6, Paul Blair.
Larry Knapp's behind the plate of the American League. Shag Crawford of the National League at first. Lou DeMuro of the American League at second. Lee Wire of the National League at third. Hank Soar of the American League working the left field line, and Frank Sikori of the National League the right field foul line. 6 umpires in the World Series. Paul Blair, originally in the Met organization. He was drafted by Baltimore in the first-year player draft. Ball 2. You win some, you lose some. They lost Blair. And there isn't a ball club in baseball wouldn't want to have him right now. Blair's had 1 hit in 7 times up. That's his seasonal figure. A 2-0 pitch to him. Fouls it back. One out, no score, top of the first. 2-0 to Paul Blair. And a bunt. Pitch up around his eyes. Tough pitch to bunt, Lindsay.
Very tough pitch to bunt, and Gentry will go to a changeup of that sort on a good many occasions when he is as sharp as he appears to be here in the first inning.
2-2 count to Paul Blair. Foul into the speed. They call it Metsomania. Metsomania. These are probably the most rabid fans in baseball. They were rabid when they had a loser, and they're even more so with a winner now. They've stuck with these Mets all the way. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Change up. Foul down the third base line. I believe, Lindsay, we can safely say the joint will be jumping today.
Joint will be jumping. You know, Kurt, they used to say that if the Mets ever advanced to mediocrity, they'd lose their fans, and they got around that by never being mediocre. They went from very bad to very good.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Low to Blair, 3-2. Blair led the Orioles in base hits this year with 178. The 3-2 pitch. A high fly ball out to Tom Agee in center field. 2 down.
Batting in the third position.
Here's Frank Robinson,
Right fielder.
who has a bruised left instep that bothered him Sunday. According to the Baltimore team doctor, it's getting better hour by hour, not day by day. Then he may get a little tired on the instep in the late innings. Robinson's had no hits in 7 times up in this series. The Mets have stopped the big boys. Frank Robinson, Powell, and Brooks Robinson. The middle 3 of the batting order have had only 2 hits in 22 times up. 2 down, nobody on, no score, top of the first. 1-1. Gary Gentry, graduate of Phoenix Junior College. Ball helped pitch that team to the National Junior College Championship in '65. He was named to the National Junior College All-American team in '66. In 1967, he led all the college pitchers of America, 17 wins, 1 loss, and pitched for Arizona State University. Ball 3. They grind major leaguers out like a machine out of that Arizona State, Tempe. And Arizona State, there's Boog Powell on deck in '67, won the College World Series championship. Jim Palmer, his opponent, went to Scottsdale High School, a suburb of Phoenix, so these two were from the same area. 3-2. Gentry's up in a dangerous area with that high pitch around the letters, but he's fooling the Orioles on it. 2 down, nobody on. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Frank Robinson. Now back. Robinson recovering from a concussion and double vision that plagued him half of 67 and last year. Hit .308 this year, had 100 RBIs. Here's a 3-2 pitch. He's on. Gentry just missing on that fastball.
Batting in the 4th position, first baseman, number 26.
John Wellesley Booth Powell coming up. 1 hit in 7 times. The gentle giant. Always funny, Lindsay, these big fellas. They're always such nice guys. If they were mean, this man weighs 245 or 250.
I always thought that was true of Ted Glasuski.
Same way. Walt Dropel, fellas like that. Frank Howard. Ground ball, broken back grounder. Boswell over the first, and the Orioles are out in the top of the 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Middle of the 1st inning, the score, the Orioles nothing, and the Mets are coming aback.
Only on Sports Channel.
Tom Agee has been held hitless in 8 times. Lindsay and I were talking to Red Shadings, the manager of the Cardinals, before the game. Ball 1, and Shadings, as a manager, those 2 fellas in the dugouts must be saying, when's the top of the order going to start to hit? The bottom of the order have been doing the hitting for these 2 clubs. Strike with his fastball. When Palmer's is right, he's as fast as anyone. The fastball, curve, a changeup. 66, he was mostly a fastball pitcher. He has a better command now. The slider, it's outside 2-1. Due to assorted ailments, primarily in his back and right shoulder, he's been unable to pitch most of 67 and 68. There's a drive hit to deep center. Blair going back, and that one is gone. On a 2-1 pitch, Agee leads off with a homer. 1-0 Mets. Drag a line drive right over the center field fence. Buford led off the opening game with a home run for the Orioles. Wayne Garrett hit .218 on the year. His first World Series appearance. Strike 2. So we'll see how that home run shakes Palmer up. Leon Jones on deck. That's a foul. That's going to be out of play. Not even Brooks Robinson can get that one. There's Jones. He'll be up next. Nobody on, nobody out. New York ahead, 1-0. On the corner. Garrett caught looking, 1 down.
Batting in the 3rd position, left fielder, number 21, Leon Jones, number 21.
Leon Jones has had 1 hit in 8 times in the series, hit .340 for the year. His buddy Tom Agee said today by the batting cage that Jones would have won the National League batting championship if he hadn't been injured. He was hitting, wasn't he, Lindsay, around .350 and going strong.
He led for most of the year and then had successive injuries and finished 3rd behind Clemente and Pete Rose, who won it.
1 out, nobody on. Leon Jones. Slow curve is high. Leon Jones led the Mets in hits, doubles, bases on balls, and stolen bases. A 1-0 pitch. Fastball. You know, Palmer's fast, but he's even quicker than he looks in the stand. He has one of those whistling fastballs. Just jumps on you. Nice, easy motion. The 2-0 pitch. Right in there, 2-1. Leon Jones, born in Plateau, Alabama, lives now in Mobile. Hits to all fields. Two 1 pitch. Fly ball into right center. Frank Robinson calls for it and puts it away on the edge of the warning track. 2 down.
Batting in the fourth position.
Kurt, as you had observed in the first 2 games, Paul Blair plays extremely shallow center field, and he's playing it here again today. Many center fielders say the ball is tough to pick up here at Shea Stadium. He could get in trouble.
We were asking A.G. about that, and he said, with these big deck stands and the ball leaves the bat and the crowd's in the background, that sometimes you lose it momentarily. Art Shamsky, 28 years old today. Everybody seems to be having their birthday around World Series time. Shamsky up once as a pinch hitter in the series. There's a long drive. And backing up is Robinson, and he has it. And the Mets put some wood on the ball in the first inning. 2 long flies and a home run. 1 run, 1 hit. There were no errors and nobody left. At the end of the first inning, it's the Mets 1 and Baltimore nothing.
The Orioles failed to score in the top of the second. Let's go to the bottom of the second. Mets leading 1-0.
Boswell on the first pitch, a high foul in back of the plate that is just out of play. Boswell playing in his first series game. Hit .279 for the season. He's been better with a bat this year than he's been with a glove. He's developing into quite a hitting infielder. He's dangerous. Gil Hodges put in 4 left-handed hitters today that did not play in Baltimore against Cuellar and McNally. Left-handed starters. Palmer's 1-strike pitch. A little bit low, a ball. There's Joe DiMaggio and the commissioner munching on a hot dog. One pitch. Ball 2, 2-1. Jim Palmer was second in the American League with the lowest earned run average. Bounding ball. Powell snaps it. Here's his throw to Palmer. Bruce Powell, a very underrated defensive first baseman. He has a lot more agility than you think, and he is excellent on throwing balls, too.
Number 7. Ed Kranepool. Number 7.
Ed Kranepool. First World Series time at bat. Hit .238 for the year. Pops it up to the left side. Mark Belanger will handle this one, the shortstop. 2 down. Yogi Berra, who has so many World Series checks, he can't count them. At first and over at third is Eddie Yost, the walking man, when he was with the Washington Senators. Eddie was 43 years old yesterday. Two down, nobody on. The Mets are leading 1-0. Ball 2, Palmer's curve way outside.
Must be the best month the cake bakers have ever had, Kurt.
That's right. On deck is Harrelson, the shortstop. The 2-0 pitch. 3-0. Palmer didn't like his step or stride off the mound. Good-looking fellow, isn't he? 3 balls and no strikes. Right in there, 3-1. He had an earned run average of 2.34. The lowest earned run average in the American League was Dick Bosman of the Senators, 2.19. We lost Brody for 2 down.
Batting in the 8th position. Shortstop, number 3. Bud Harrelson, number 3.
Bud Harrelson's up now. Harrelson's had 1 hit in 6 times in this World Series. He had 248 on the season. 2 down. Brody on first. Ball 1. Palmer looks, you've seen twice back, as if he doesn't like that mound. He's stuck with it. 1 ball, no strikes. Base hit to center. Blair up with it. Stopping at second is Brody. Harrelson at first.
Batting in the 9th position.
And Gary Gentry coming up.
Number 39. Gary Gentry, number 39.
He hit 081. This game authorized under television rights granted by Major League Baseball solely for the entertainment of our audience, and any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. Oh, the Mets are threatening now. Runners on first and second, 2 down. A drive in the right center. Going to score 2 runs. Gentry's coming to second, and he doubles to knock in 2. Incredible is right. Gentry knocked in only 1 run all year, and he doubles on the first pitch. A very weak hitting pitcher. No wonder they call him the Amazing Met. This is George Bamberger, the Met pitching coach, and we're going to get some action now in the Baltimore bullpen. We have Jim Harden, a right-hander. Marcelino Lopez. Two runs in, the Mets ahead 3-0. Tom Agee with a ball and a strike. A ball, 2-1. The Mets jumped out in front here. 3 runs and 3 hits. The Orioles, no runs, no hits. Gentry on second. Foul back. They're 2 down, and the scoring came after 2 out, nobody on, and again, the bottom of the order did the damage. Al Weiss Sunday. Mets had 3 hits in a row. They're number 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Today are the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. 3-2. Palmer is not sharp. Control is not sharp. They hit a home run off him in the first and 2 long fly balls. And they've had a walk and 2 hits and 2 runs against him here in the second. 3-2 count. Curve has beat to Robinson at third. Robinson throws him out, and the side's retired. But the Mets came up with 2 runs, 2 hits. There were no errors, and 1 left. At the end of 2 innings, it's the New York Mets 3 and Baltimore 0.
Neither team scored in the third. Let's jump ahead to the top of the fourth. It's still 3-0 Mets.
Center fielder, Paul.
Go right down to Tony Kubek.
Thank you very much, Lou. Listen, Bob Merrill, this is quite a team, isn't it? What a team. It reminds me of the old Dodgers. So much excitement in the stadium. And I'm an old friend of Gil and the Brooklyn Sandlot ball player, and I'm thrilled to death. I'm more nervous than I am at the opera.
Bob Merrill, thank you so much. Wish we could talk longer. Let's get back now upstairs in the live action.
Fine, Tony.
Thank you, Robert.
Top of the fourth inning, Paul Blair takes a strike from young Gary Gentry. Blair flied to center his first time. A ball, 1-1. This boy Gentry graduated from Camelback High School in Phoenix. Frank Robinson on deck. And those of you who have been to the Phoenix area, seen the famous Camelback Mountain with its double humps. Ball, 2-1. He played second base in high school. Blair, Frank Robinson, and Boog Powell for the Orioles. Foul. Blair going after a high inside fastball. So it's really ironic that these two starting pitchers both graduated from high schools in the same area. Palmer from Scottsdale High School right outside of Phoenix, and Gentry from a high school in Phoenix. Strike 3. Quick slider, looks like. Second strikeout for Gentry. Frank Robinson up walked his first time. The Mets have 3 runs, 3 hits. The Orioles, no runs, no hits. Robinson was voted the top player of the 1966 World Series. Been held hitless so far in this one. Right. He won 2 games against the Dodgers that year with 2 home runs. Thanks very much to the Mets management for the message on the board, Lindsay.
Absolutely.
There's a drive to left. It's trapped. It is a base hit. Leon Jones trapped the ball. That's the first hit for the Orioles.
Let's take a look at it again now. Robinson with the drive into left, and Cleon comes up now and decides to try to shoestring it. And it's on the ground, short hopped, and the umpire down the line is Hank Sork. Take a look at this swing now, one of the great swings in baseball, Frank Robinson.
Robinson's on, the first hit for the Orioles. Boog Powell slams it to right field. Robinson is coming to third. Shamsky's throw goes to second. The Orioles have runners on first and third with 1 out. Brooks Robinson grounded out his first time. That was Boog Powell's second hit of the series.
Third baseman,
Kurt Grody is out there just trying to settle Gentry down a little. Gentry has sort of a short fuse, and when things start to happen in a hurry, he's still young. He's only 23. Sometimes gets a little bit rattled, so they were just trying to settle him down.
The first threat of the game now for the Orioles. Mets are leading 3-0. Ball 1 to Brooks Robinson. Frank Robinson at third. Boog Powell at first. 1 out. Top of the fourth. Foul out of play. Robinson didn't hit for a high average this year, but he knocked in 84 runs, hitting after Frank Robinson and Powell, who cleaned the bases up a lot. Gentry blew it by him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners on first and third, one away. Swing him out. And a term you've heard since you were a kid, the old high hardwood.
That's just what it was. You know, right out of high school, Gentry was drafted originally by the Orioles, who offered him more money than any other club ever did. But his father said, you must get at least 2 years of college. He said his father made the decision. He was later drafted by Houston and the Giants, did not sign with either. Then when he finished that 1 year at Arizona State, the Mets made him an offer. D. Fundy signed him, and he came on to the Mets.
He has now struck out 3, walked 1. The Orioles have runners on first and third, 2 down, and Ellie Hendricks the batter. Curveball is hit from back of the plate toward the seats. It is out of play. Kurt Gowdy and Lindsey Nelson here in Shea Stadium, New York. 1 strike to Ellie Hendricks, 2 down, runners on first and third. The Mets leading Baltimore 3-0 in the top of the 4th. Nothing in 2. These Mets fans roaring now on every strike. Hendricks played as a pull hitter to right field. Oh, he had ideas. The foul ball. The count is no balls, 2 strikes. There's a drive in the deep left center. Racing hard is A.G. What a job! Tom A.G. saves 2 runs.
Tommy Agee going all the way to the track. Look at the backhand stab of the glove. And now he'll have to break himself with the bare hand on the wall. A lot of white showing. Look at that ball.
Boy, he just had that one, Lindsey. Standing ovation for A.G. as he comes in. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left at the end of 3.5. New York 3 and Baltimore nothing.
At this point, the score could read Tommy Agee 3, the Orioles nothing. After all, Agee's been the man of the hour. The catch was, as they say, a money catch, a World Series catch. And for that, it was all the greater. Let's go to the bottom of the 4th, still 3-0 Mets.
There it is again. Lindsey, he was way over in right center for him.
He had a long, long run and a difficult angle.
Crowd still buzzing about the catch by Tom Agee. Even though Powell's a slow man, he might have been able to score from first base. There were 2 down, and both men were going on the crack of bat. Robinson at third. Foul back, 1-1. Well, Sunday's game's one of the best defensive games in the history of the World Series. Agee's just come up with another sparkler here today. 1-1 pitch by Palmer. Ball 2, 2-1. There's a drive out to Frank Robinson. He's got it. 4 putouts for Frank Robinson in right field. Don't forget to tune in on the Today Show for Joe Garagiola and his analysis of the World Series with special guests each day. Gary Grody up. Mets are leading 3-0, last of the 4th. Foul back. Both managers are coming back with their opening World Series game pitchers. Cuellar for the Orioles and Seaver for the Mets. Curve is high, and the count is 2-1 to Jerry Grody. The late tuners in. A.G. homered in the first. With 2 down, nobody on. Grody walked. Harrelson single, and the pitcher, Gentry, doubled him in. Ground ball to second. Dave Johnson to Boog Powell, and there are 2 down. Here's Bud Harrelson up now. He singled in the second. You can see why they platoon sometimes. Mets, they're 4-4 they play. There's Gentry on deck. Foul back. Harrelson hits right-handers. Switch hitter, he had 269 against right-handers and only 184 against left-handers. 1-1 pitch. Ball 2. 2-1. 2 down, bases clear. Three and 1 to him. Three and 2. The wind has really freshened up now. It must be 15, 20 miles an hour, and dirt is swirling around home plate and in the skin part of the infield. 3-2 pitch. Foul, out of play. Everybody's red hot today. The players and the fans in the stands. That's the third walk given up by Palmer. Harry Gentry will get a big hand. Jim Hardin is going back to work in the Baltimore bullpen. Gentry doubled in 2 runs in the second. Knocked in only 1 run all year. Nothing and 1. Gentry. Strike 2. Packed and jammed here today. They could have sold 150,000 seats here for this World Series in New York. Two down. Bud Harrelson at first. Curve had him way out in front. The foul ball. The way this wind is blowing now, we could have some peculiar thing happen to pop-ups and fly balls. Two and 2. You may have obstruction called here. Obstruction has been called on Boog Powell. Boog Powell obstructed with him. Here comes Earl Weaver out. Powell going for the ball. Harrelson tried to get around him and went down.
Look at it again. Here's a throw over to first that gets by. And now watch Harrelson and Boog Powell. And Harrelson almost gets by, and then he's flipped by Powell. And the call was made by the plate umpire, Larry Neff.
Runner on second. Gentry fouls it back. The count 2-2. We're going to get the scoring. Struck him out. In the fourth for the Mets. No runs, no hits, no errors, one left. At the end of 4 innings at Shea Stadium, it's the New York Mets 3 and the Baltimore Orioles nothing.
Living one of baseball's greatest games, only on Sports Channel.
Neither team scored in the 5th. Let's jump ahead to the top of the 6th. The Mets still leading 3-0.
Don Buford is up for the Orioles in the top of the 6th with a count of 2-0. Buford has struck out and fouled out so far in this ball game. He played college baseball at Southern Cal, as did the Mets' Tom Seaver. Their coach Ron Dado is here today to see the ball game, with one representative on either side. That's in for a called strike. It's 2-1. In Gentry's 1 year at Arizona State, he had a record of 17 wins and 1 loss. He won 16 in a row. Breaking pitch struck him out.
Center fielder.
That was the 4th strikeout for Gary Gentry.
Number 6.
Early this year, Met manager Gil Hodges and pitching coach Rube Walker took away the slider from Gary Gentry, and it bothered him, so they gave it back to him, and it's become a big pitch. Paul Blair flied to center, called out on strike. Low for a ball. And it pops up to the left side. Harrelson is called for it. The Met shortstop puts it away. 2 away, and Frank Robinson will be the batter.
Right fielder.
He's been on base both times he's been up. He walked and singled to left field. Robinson, of course, has played here at Shea Stadium many times when he was with the Cincinnati Reds. Played here 2 seasons. This ballpark was opened in 1964. Low and away for a ball. Boog Powell. The Mets 3 runs, 3 hits. The Orioles no runs, 2 hits. Inside, 2-0.
Harrelson's been a busy boy out there at shortstop, Lindsey. He's now had 5 assists and 3 putouts, 8 chances. And the World Series record in 9 innings is 13.
That's low for a ball, 3-0. Walked him on 4 pitches. Second walk issued by Gentry. He walked Robinson in the first inning. So with 2 men out, and Robinson at first, Boog Powell comes up. Grounded out second to first and single to right. He has a great many of the mannerisms of Johnny Mize as he steps in there. Principal mannerism being that he's big. Breaking pitch in for a called strike. Gave him the slider to lead off. Boog Powell had a great year for the Orioles. 37 home runs. He has a base hit to right. Robinson will go to third. He's on the way. Shamsky's throw goes to second base. And Boog Powell is on with his second base hit.
One of the few bad pitches Gentry's thrown. He hung that curveball up over the plate for him, that high curve.
So now there are runners at first and third with 2 men out, and Brooks Robinson will be tying run at the plate, so that gets Grody out there for a word.
Third baseman, Brooks Robinson.
Robinson has grounded out and struck out. Nolan Ryan getting up to throw down there in the bullpen. There is the hard-throwing right-hander, Nolan Ryan, who relieved Gentry the day the Mets won the National League pennant here at Shea Stadium a week ago yesterday. Outside, just missed off the corner, and it's 1-0. Brooks Robinson, who's played in 13 consecutive All-Star games. He's hit more home runs than any other American League third baseman, breaking the record held by Al Rosen. Fastball high. Boog Powell on at first. He and the Mets' Don Clendenon are the only players with 3 hits in the World Series to this point. 2-0 now as Gentry has gone behind to Brooks Robinson. Line down the left field line, a foul ball. Frank Robinson at third. Boog Powell at first, 2 men out. Mets leading 3-0. Orioles batting in the top half of the 6th inning. Count of 2 balls and 1 strike to Brooks Robinson. Little high, and it's 3-1. '23-year-old Gary Gentry. 3-1 pitch. And it's popped up down the right field line. It'll be a tough chance for anybody to get to, but Shamsky's there. And he makes the catch. So it is no runs, 1 hit, a walk, no errors, and 2 men left. And in the middle of the 6th inning, the score is the Mets 3 and the Baltimore Orioles nothing.
Last of the 6th inning, Lindsay.
The pennants and the banners are a trademark of Shea Stadium as Ken Boswell comes up. It's a ground ball wide of Powell, and it is taken at second by Johnson, who throws on to Palmer, who's off the bag at first. He's safe. What a play by Dave Johnson.
Powell off the bag. Look at this stab by Johnson. A spectacular play. His throw is there, but watch Palmer now. His foot is not on the bag. Palmer coming, has to go up for the throw, pulls his foot off the bag.
It is a base hit for Ken Boswell, and Ed Kranepool is coming up now. Kranepool was not an original Met. I think it's interesting that when the Mets played their first game at the Polo Grounds in '62, he laid out of James Monroe High School to see the game. The next year on opening day, he was playing right field and batting third. Foul ball out of play. It's strike 1. Kranepool did come up to the Mets the final week of the 1962 season. He broke all of Hank Greenberg's home run records at James Monroe High School in the Bronx. Boswell's back. Foul ball out of play. Jim Harden is up and throwing again in the bullpen for the Baltimore Orioles. That's he right there. He was a one-time Met. He was drafted to the Orioles from the New York Mets. And tight.
Boswell bluffed the dash there. I think out of the corner of her eye, it might have bothered Palmer on his delivery.
Bothered Craneville a little bit, too. Nobody out. Fouled off and out of play. 1-2. Well, there are parts of a Met banner that are floating down from one of the upper decks. I guess it's a kite. Thought it was a banner. It's a kite.
It's a kite that was carrying a Met sign. The sign is fluttered on the ground.
Such happenings are not unusual at Shea Stadium. Low, it's 2-2.
Next thing we know, some fan will be flying over the field.
Don't bet against it. Runner goes. Ground ball to Johnson at second. Makes the play to Powell, and the runner moves up. Another run and hit play that moved Boswell to second. And Jerry Grody's coming up. Grody walked and grounded out second to first. Last year, Grody was the National League's all-star catcher. Native of San Antonio, Texas. Came to the New York Mets from the Houston Astros organization in exchange for cash and pitcher Tom Parsons. Fouled off. Boswell at second. Strike one, count to Grody. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes now to Grody. Big crowd here at Shea Stadium today for the 3rd game of the World Series. We'll give you the official attendance in a moment. Hindsight, it's 1-2. The Mets are leading by a score of 3-0. They're batting in the bottom of the 6th. Missed outside. It's 2-2. Grody goes to second with a double and a run batted in. The Mets are leading 4-0.
That was a lazy curve that Palmer hung over the plate, and Grody timed it perfectly.
So the Mets have a runner at second, still 1 man out, and Bud Harrelson's coming up. He's 1 for 1 and a walk today. Switch hitter batting left. He's from Hayward, California. Jim Harden still throwing in the bullpen for the Orioles. That's high for a ball. Bud Harrelson was an all-sports star in high school in Hayward, California. That's in for a called strike. Check swing, foul ball out of play. When Harrelson joined the Mets, he had one of the greatest tutors ever at shortstop. Roy McMillan took him under his wing, and he is a product of the Roy McMillan system of playing shortstop. Breaking pitch is low, and it's 2-2. Brody is at second with one man out and one run in. The Mets lead 4-0. 2-2 pitch. In there for a call strike. Got him on the breaking pitch. That is the third strikeout for Jim Palmer. 2 Mets away, and Gary Gentry is coming up.
Number 39.
Gentry is getting a standing ovation here at Shea. Make that 4 strikeouts for Palmer. Gentry doubled to drive in 2 runs in the second. He struck out in the 4th. That's strike 1.
Interesting to note now, Lindsey, Paul Blair has moved well over in right center. That's where Gentry doubled in 2 runs in the second. They started out by playing him straight away.
That's in for a called strike 2. There is Blair's position. Playing him a little more deeply than he was in that second inning also. He got burned a little bit with his position there. Struck him out, so that is strikeout number 5 for Palmer, and the side is retired. In the bottom of the 6th, 1 run on 2 hits, no errors and 1 left. At the end of 6 full innings of play, the score is the Mets 4 and the Orioles nothing.
So you missed the game. Maybe you were stuck at work, or you had a hot date. Whatever it was, don't settle for just the score. Do the Sports Channel Double Take weeknights at 11:30 and weekend mornings at 9. We'll repeat our main event, so now you can do it all and see the game with Sports Channel's Double Take.
It's Ellie Hendricks up to lead off now. He's gone 0 for 2, and in the 4th inning, it was Agee who made the great catch off him over in left center. It is ball 1.
We get through with this series, that Kubek's going to be quite a name dropper, isn't he?
I tell you, he gets around among people, doesn't he? In for a call strike, it's 1-1. Gary Gentry started. He's been in all the way for the Mets. Inside low, it's 2-1. The Orioles now have switched off to Dave Leonard in the bullpen. Right-hander Dave Leonard is up and throwing now for the Orioles, with pitcher Jim Palmer scheduled up 4th in this inning. Foul back. 2-2 now to Hendricks. There's Leonard. A very young Gary Gentry. In the air to center field, and Agee has called for it. One away.
Second baseman.
Dave Johnson is the batter. Pops to short, grounded out short to first as Harrelson went into the hole to throw him out, leading off the 5th inning. The Mets 4 runs, 5 hits. The Orioles no runs, 3 hits. Inside low, it's ball 1. Gentry won 13 games this year, more than any other rookie pitcher in the National League. 2-0. Wind swirling a little dust around the infield now. It's been a cloudy, overcast afternoon. Windy, gusty. Called strike. 2-1. Fouled off. The count goes to 2-2. Paid attendance here this afternoon is 56,331. 56,331 paid for the third game of the World Series in New York. Center field, and Agee goes back, and he slips and regains his balance to make the catch. Took a divot.
Shortstop.
And like all good outfielders, he replaces divot.
Number 7.
When the Mets won the Eastern Division Championship, and again when they took the National League Championship, a good part of that sod was removed by the fans for souvenirs. What one does with a piece of sod that he takes home, I don't know, but they removed a lot of it. Mark Belanger has been up twice, grounded out short to first both times. Low for a ball.
Noticed about these Met pitchers, Lindsay, they don't waste any time between deliveries. They get out there and they work, make that ball game move.
Get the ball and throw it back. Here's a pitch low. There's a feeling that a pitcher who takes a long time between pitches may do a disservice to those behind him. Dave May on deck. Low. It's 3-0. Leonard's throwing in the bullpen. Dave May on deck to bat for Jim Palmer if Belanger gets on. There are 2 men out. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Called strike. It's 3-1. It's 3-2. Gentry has struck out 4, walked 2. And this is a payoff pitch. Walked him. Third walk issued by Gentry. So it is now going to be Dave May, who hit .242 during the season with 3 home runs, batting for Jim Palmer.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, for Baltimore, batting for Palmer, number 12, Dave May.
So Palmer is out of the ball game after pitching 6 innings. He gave up 4 runs on 5 hits. Struck out 5, walked 4. Gary Gentry. Low. Here comes Rube Walker, the pitching coach of the New York Mets. One-time teammate of Met manager Gil Hodges with the old Brooklyn Dodgers. Somebody said to Hodges, why would you have a catcher as your pitching coach? Gil said, why not? Nolan Ryan getting up to throw again in the Met bullpen. Two and 0 to Dave May. Got the inside portion of the plate. It's 2-1. Now the left-hander is Tug McGraw working with Nolan Ryan. It's 2-2 to Dave May. Breaking pitch, a little low. Brody thought he might get a call. It's out full at 3-2, an automatic start for Belanger at first base. And here goes, and he walked him. Fourth walk issued by Gentry, second consecutive base on balls. Gives the Orioles runners at first and second, 2 men out, and Don Buford coming up.
Number 9.
Gentry a little wild now, but he's throwing just as hard as he did earlier in the game. He still has his good fastball.
Nolan Ryan, Tug McGraw. Buford has struck out, fouled out, and struck out. Breaking pitch high and away. Sail way out there. It's 1-0. There's Gil Hodges. Pitching coach Rube Walker beside him. Hodges sort of takes things as they come. Check swing foul ball. It's 1-1. I remember a year ago hearing Kurt Gowdy send greetings to Gil Hodges in a hospital in Atlanta after a heart attack. 2-1. The first pitch by Gentry to 11 of the last 12 batters has been a ball. The plate's been moving around a little bit on it. 2-1 delivery. 3-1. If he should put Buford on, and he is only one pitch away from doing that, it would bring up a situation of tying run at the plate. Paul Blair is on deck. There's Hodges, arms folded. He's looking out toward the bullpen. 3-1. Walked him. The bases are loaded. The fifth walk issued by Gentry. Here comes Hodges. They're loaded with 2 men out. The sign has gone to the bullpen. That's going to be all for Gentry. I would imagine he'll get some kind of a hand when he leaves the mound here. Nolan Ryan, Tug McGraw, and McGraw is saying to Ryan, he wants you. So Ryan will be here in a moment. There's a break in the action here at Shea Stadium, New York. For the score, the Mets 4, the Orioles nothing. Again, let's go down to Tony Kubek.
Thank you, Lindsay. Down here with me, and one of their all-time great managers, my old manager, Casey Stengel. Casey, Gentry certainly lost it fast, didn't he?
Yes, I think that he was getting a little too excited this time. He's anxious to win. And, of course, being that many runs behind, they have the take sign on. And you can tell the hitter was just irritating him and to try and make him throw that ball over the plate, but they were told to wait out. Now the dangerous part is it's a wonderful pitcher going in. He's a young man. The idea is with 3 men on bases, can you throw a strike? Now, if you can't throw a strike, you're in bad shape now. But the kid did pitch wonderful up to this hour, and he wasn't very heavy. You know, he's not too heavy a kid, and I think he was pitching a little too fast with the take sign on.
Thank you very much, Casey fans. You heard it from the expert, Casey Stengel. Let's go on back upstairs.
The bases are loaded. 2 men are out. It's the tying run at the plate. Paul Blair is there. He slid to center, struck out, and popped to short. Nolan Ryan in to do the pitching. This year, in 89 innings, he struck out 92 batters. He's one of the hardest throwers in the major league. Fastball, in there for a foul strike. Paul Blair was taking the pitch, as you'd expect him to. Ryan won 6 and lost 3, was the winning pitcher of the game that clinched the National League pennant for the Mets. In Nolan Ryan's lifetime in the majors, he's pitched 226 innings and struck out 231 batters. The count is 0-2. And it is a fly ball. It'll be tough to get to. A.G. is going, and A.G. takes it down. Big catch. He's out.
This man has possibly saved 5 runs in this game. Watch it in slow motion. The wind is blowing out
Now, Agee twice has clutched this ball in the webbing of his glove. Once against Hendricks with 2 on and 2 out. This time with the bases loaded and 2 out. A skidding stall and another standing ovation for him when he came in.
In the middle of the 7th, it is the Mets 4 and the Orioles nothing.
At this point, the Mets must be pinching themselves, and you can be sure Nolan Ryan is breathing one huge sigh. As for the Orioles, they must think they're seeing things. How could Agee have robbed them with another unbelievable catch? Well, let's go now to the top of the 8th. Still 4-0 Mets.
Number 20.
We go to the 8th inning now, and Frank Robinson is up. The Mets have made 2 defensive moves. Al Weiss is at second, and Rod Gasper is in right field. Nolan Ryan's pitch is high for ball 1. That is Weiss at second base, and that's Gasper in right field. That's high, 2-0. Frank Robinson twice has drawn walks today, and he had a base hit in the 4th inning. In there for a strike. It's 2-1. Nolan Ryan had a lot of trouble last year rubbing up blisters on his pitching hand, and he carried a little jar of pickle brine around to soak the fingers in. It seemed to work. 2-2. It also got him a lot of attention in odd places, as a fellow will get carrying a little jar of pickle brine around with him. High and tight, it's 3-2 now to Frank Robinson. Ryan was on the disabled list earlier this year with a full groin muscle. Payoff pitch. Check swing, foul ball, out of play. Count holds full at 3-2. Frank Robinson, most valuable player in the National League, most valuable player in the American League. Payoff pitch. Deep left field, and it is Cleon Jones at the wall, and Agee makes the catch. Agee and Jones both there, and Agee took the fly ball at the wall. One away, and Boog Powell is coming up. He's 2 for 3.
Number 26.
Here at the World Series today. And there's John just making the exit, and I'll bet heading for the concession stand. High and tight. And there's a real Met fan, Pearl Bailey. She is at Shea Stadium frequently. Star of Hello, Dolly on Broadway. He's out of there on strike. Nolan Ryan's first strikeout. 2 Orioles away in the 8th. Brooks Robinson coming up, grounded out, struck out, and flied out. Foul ball, backing out of play for strike 1. Jerry Lewis on hand today. Tony Kubek checking in with him. Inside, 1-1.
Well, to show you how effective these Met pitchers have been, the Orioles have had only 11 hits so far in this series, Lindsey. 2 yesterday and 3 today.
Check swing, foul ball. It's 1-2.
And twice, only twice during the season were they held as low as 3 hits in the game. You got to give these young, hard-throwing Met pitchers a lot of credit.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Breaking pitch, and he fouled it off to stay alive at 1-2. Brooks Robinson, Nolan Ryan. Fouled off and out of play. When Ryan first came to the New York Mets, there was no question that he could throw as hard as anybody ever did. The thing was to try to work on him so that he could get a breaking pitch to use with the fastball and be able to control the breaking pitch. So that's what he's been working on now. Came in a little heavy this year. It's 2-2. The Mets are leading 4-0, and the Orioles are batting in the top of the 8th. Payoff pitch. Striking out with a fastball. Second strikeout for Ryan. He carried the side in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. In the middle of the 8th inning, the score is the Mets 4 and the Orioles nothing. Now down to Tony Kubek.
Thank you, Lindsey. With me, Jerry Lewis. And Jerry, are you a Met fan?
I didn't leave Los Angeles last night and land in Baltimore. Did you notice? Am I a Met fan?
Gil Hodge is a great friend here.
Yeah, we've been friends for years. It's pretty exciting. Will you hold it down for a minute for crying out loud? Knock it off!
Jerry Lewis, thank you so much.
Nice seeing you,
Back to live action.
Rod Gasper with a count of strike 1. Gasper up for his first time in this ball game. He is a switch hitter batting left. Leonard's pitch is outside. 1-1. The Mets are batting in the bottom of the 8th, leading by a score of 4-0, game number 3 of the World Series. Fouled off. One and two. Leonard working in relief of Jim Palmer, who started and worked the first 6 innings here today. Palmer is the pitcher of record on the short side of the 4-0 score. Popped up into left center. Long run for Buford, but he gets there and makes the catch. Don Buford.
First baseman, Ed Kranepool.
That brings up Kranepool.
Number 7.
Off to short, line to right, grounded out second to first. Kranepool was signed for a reported $85,000 right out of high school. Home run that puts the Mets out in front 5-0.
Catcher, Gary Rooney, number 15.
Gary Grody's up and takes a pitch high for ball 1. swing, foul ball. It's 1-1. Dirty walk, grounded out and double to drive in a run. Foul back. It's 1-2. Bud Harrelson. Right field. Frank Robinson going back. Makes the catch. 2 away. Bud Harrelson, single, walked, and struck out.
Bud Harrelson, number 3.
Low for a ball. Manager Gil Hodges of the Mets will come back with Tom Seaver tomorrow and Jerry Koosman the following day. At 10 for a strike, manager Earl Weaver of the Orioles expected to come back tomorrow with either Cuellar or Tom Phoebus. Foul back. It's 1-2. Nolan Ryan. That's low, 2-2. Count of 3-2. Payoff pitch. Struck him out. Leonard gets his first strikeout. The Mets are out. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and none left at the end of 8 full innings of play. The score is the Mets 5 and the Orioles nothing. Through 8 innings of play, the New York Mets 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors. The Baltimore Orioles no runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Ellie Hendricks is leading off for the Orioles in the 9th inning.
Number 10.
Pops to third. Fly to left center where A.G. made a circus catch and fly to center where A.G. made the out in the 7th inning. Hendricks is 0 for 3. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Nolan Ryan working in relief of Gary Gentry, who is the pitcher of record. A high fly ball to short right field. Rod Gasper is there. 1 away.
Second baseman, Dave Johnson.
Our statistician today, Alan Roth. Our production stage manager, Jim O'Gorman. Dave Johnson has gone 0 for 3. At 10 for a strike.
We've had 2 busy outfielders today. Frank Robinson's now had 7 putouts in right field. He's tied a series record. And A.G.'s had 6 in center, 2 short of the record for center fielder.
2 strike count now to Johnson.
I think A.G. broke the series record for sensational plays, though.
I think he did that. Nolan Ryan has retired 5 consecutive batters since he came in with the bases loaded in the top of the 7th. 2-strike delivery, foul back. Count holds at 2 strikes. Tommy A.G.'s performance here at Shea Stadium today will go down in World Series record books as one of those great days that fans remember. That's a drive to right. Gasper right there. You would have thought he'd been planted there. Gil Hodges surveying the scene as he has done all year long. Mark Belanger is coming up. He's gone 0 for 2 and a walk. Fastball in for a called strike. The tandem of Gentry and Ryan brought the Mets the National League pennant. The pennant-winning game was pitched by those two. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes. In that game, Ryan got the win. In this game, Gentry is the pitcher of record on the long side. So Ryan is working on the save. I'm tied at 1 and 2.
Fans rooting for a strikeout to end the game.
Mets are leading 5-0. Foul back. It's 1 and 2. Is high for a ball. It's 2-2. Earl Weaver, the manager of the Orioles, arms folded, bending forward. This is a 2-2 pitch. Foul back and out of play. Nolan Ryan from Alvin, Texas. Him, and Clay Dalrymple will be coming up now. Clay Dalrymple will bat for Dave Leonard. That is the first walk issued by Ryan, the first base runner off Ryan, who had retired 6 consecutive batters.
Batting for Leonard, number 3.
Dalrymple came over to the Orioles from the Philadelphia Phillies, so he's played against the Mets, and he's played here many times. Time. That's a called strike. It's 1-1. During the season, Dalrymple hit .238, and he had 3 home runs for the Orioles. Breaking pitch high, and it's 2-1.
Nobody warming up in that Baltimore bullpen here in the 9th inning.
The pitcher has just been removed. Dave Leonard taken out of the ballgame for this pinch hitter. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Ball to second. Smothered by Weiss, but too late. He's safe at second. And on at first is Clay Dalrymple.
Al Weiss, with outstanding range, has to dive for this one. And with that ball smothered in the ground, trouble coming up with it. At first base, a good jump there by Belanger to go in ahead, and the Orioles are still alive. They now have 2 men on, 2 down, and the top of the order up, Buford.
Number 30, Chico Simone.
Chico Simone is coming to run now for Dalrymple, who is credited with a base hit. That's hit number 4 for the Orioles, the first one off Ryan. Don Buford is coming up. He's gone 0 for 3 and a walk today. Now action in the Met bullpen. Ron Taylor up and throwing again, and the left-hander is Tug McGraw. Still no action in the Baltimore bullpen with the Mets leading 5-0. Belanger at second, Simone at first. That's down the line and left. If it stays fair, it'll be extra bases, and it's a foul ball. A long foul ball to the left field corner off the bat of Don Buford.
Lindsay, the Orioles must feel like a frustrated team today. Every time they've had a chance, A.G. has come up with those great plays. He's saved 5 runs in this game. The Mets relieved, bringing a harder thrower than the one that started. It's a sense of frustration. The Orioles haven't been able to hit much yet.
A strike one count to Don Buford. 2 men out, 2 men on in the top half of the 9th inning. Nolan Ryan's fastball is low, and it's 1-1. Now there is action for the Orioles as Eddie Watt gets up to throw, and Ryan's pitch goes low, and it's 2-1. Eddie Watt throwing in the Oriole bullpen. That's low. Now Ryan's got behind 3-1. That's Watt. 3-1 count. Paul Blair next in the order for the Orioles. Making a bid here in the top half of the 9th inning. Walked him, and the bases are loaded. The Orioles have loaded him up off Ryan. With 2 men out, Paul Blair will be the batter, and Gil Hodges comes to the mound. He has Ron Taylor warm in the bullpen now. Taylor has worked in each of the first 2 games. Stays in the ball game. Gil Hodges, in his 2nd year as manager of the New York Mets, he managed the Washington Senators for 5 years. They improved steadily each year with finishes of 10th, 9th, 8th, 8th, and 6th. Paul Blair up. The Mets are leading 5-0. The bases are loaded with 2 men out. In there for a called strike. Blair's gone 0 for 4 today. Agee made a great catch off him in the 7th inning in right center field. A diving catch. Bases were loaded at that time, too. Foul back. It's 2 strikes. Belanger is at third base. Simone is at second. Buford is at first. 2 away. Be a 2-strike delivery. In there for a call strike 3. Struck him out with a breaking pitch. Struck him out with the curveball, and the New York Mets win the ball game. Gary Gentry gets the win, and the Mets go up 2-1 over the Orioles. Yogi Berra there. Gary Grody waiting for Tommy Agee to go into the dugout with him. That's Clendenin waiting for Agee. It was Agee's day. So the final score was the New York Mets. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Baltimore, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error.
Hi, I'm Steve Garvey, and welcome to baseball's greatest games. In 1969, astronauts landed on the moon. For the New York Mets, it was a summer of miracles, too. The team that had never finished higher than 9th place won the pennant. And now, still defying logic, the Mets are 1 win away from a world championship. It's Game 5. Dave McAnally against Jerry Koosman. We'll pick up the game in the bottom of the 2nd with announcers Kurt Gowdy, Lindsey Nelson, and Tony Kubek after this.
Salutes the game's legendary sluggers and the most unbelievable moments. Relive the drama, the joy, the complete thrill of baseball's greatest home runs. The 50 greatest home runs is just $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping. Credit card orders, call 1-800-688-1994. That's 1-800-688-1994.
Ed Charles, strike one to him. He had 2 hits and 4 times up against McNally on Sunday. A double and then a single in the 9th, which started a winning rally. He's the old-timer of the Mets. Hits it down to Brooks Robinson, grabs it on that off-beat hop and throws him out, and there's 1 down.
Batting in the 7th position.
They'll be talking about third base play for years.
Number 15.
With the show that boy's put on.
Number 15.
Brooks lives now in the Baltimore area. His mother and father up here from Little Rock, Arkansas, though, to watch him play in the series. Jerry Grody. 4 hits and 15 times up, a strike to him. On deck is Al Weiss. Grody is the only player in the series to hit safely in every game. He's had 1 hit in each game. We have no score. This is the last of the second. On the corner. 0-2 to Grody. One ball, 2 strikes. The Orioles have not alibied the position they're in right now. They give the Mets full credit. The 1-2 pitch. A fly ball in the deep right center. Paul Blair getting on his horse. Back for it. 2 down. The manager of the Orioles, Earl Weaver, said, look, they've made the plays when they've had to, and that's why they're winning.
Second baseman.
And you talk to the various Oriole players, they have nothing but praise for the Met pitching and the Met fielding. 2 down. Nobody on, and Al Weiss the batter. He's had 4 hits and 7 times up. Batting .571 in the World Series. McNally curves him as low. And, of course, he knocked in the winning run against McNally last Sunday in the top of the 9th inning. Line shot, grabbed by the shortstop, Belanger. 3 up and 3 down. At the end of 2 innings, the score is 0-0. Mark Belanger leads off for the Orioles and fouls it off. Belanger at 2 for 12. Of course, the highlight of the entire season has been the rise of the Mets. There's a balloon on the field. That's one way to handle it.
I'd expect that's the best possible way to handle it.
Belanger, McNally, and Buford for the Orioles this inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's Dave McNally. Swung late, just got a piece. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Orioles have the only hit so far. Dave Johnson single. Mayor Lindsay. Loops it into right field on a curveball. Why Belanger improved his average so much? Look out. He just got back, and they're trying to push him off there. That's the catcher, Jerry Grody, down there. Right fielder Swoboda made a quick throw, hoping to get Belanger making the turn.
Look at this again now. Swoboda up with it, and Grody followed the runner up to cover the bag. Takes the throw now. Mid 1 tag, and Belanger's back, and then Grody attempted to push him off the bag.
Number 19.
Lee Wire making the safe call.
I don't believe Belanger was too happy with that tag. There's a drive by McNally, hit the deep left field, and that ball is into the Baltimore bullpen. Dave McNally has put the Orioles out in front 2-0.
He hits a home run now and then. He hit 4 American League home runs. 3 last season and 1 this season. Now, on the first pitch now, he has the Orioles out in front 2-0.
Number 9.
Ball 1 to Don Buford. Nobody on, nobody out. Baltimore leading 2-0. Strike to him. 1-1. The ball didn't take long to get out of here, Lindsay.
Certainly didn't. Dropped it right over the wall into the Oriole bullpen.
Foul out of play. 1-2 to Buford, who grounded to short his first time. Gets it off the fist to Bud Harrelson. Has to hurry, and he gets to Fleet Buford. 1 down. When a man like Buford's going down the line, there's a lot of pressure on the infielder. He knows he can run, and he has to charge and get rid of that ball in a hurry. Paul Blair flied to center his first time. This boy hit 300 all year until he went into a slump in September. Strike. On deck is Frank Robinson. Curve is inside. Went into the slump. He said he was jerking his head. You know, they say keep your eyes on the ball. He was taking his eyes off the ball as he swung, jerking his head around. There goes he, Pat. Look out. Nearly into the Baltimore Oriole box over there for their club executives. One ball, 2 strikes to Paul Blair. The fractured ankle. 67, recovered from it. Is now one of the best defensive center fielders in baseball and a good hitter. 1-2 to him. Struck him out on a curve. Merle Bailey, who sang the national anthem and is not just one of those fans that comes to a game when the World Series is on. She's out here all summer rooting for the Mets. 2 down for the Orioles. Frank Robinson up. He flying to right his first time. Looking back to last year's World Series, we remember home runs by Bob Gibson and Mickey Lolich. There's a long belt by Robinson. Forget that one. It's gone. Nobody moved in the mid-outfield or infield. Robinson slams it into deep left center, and the Orioles lead 3-0. And this is the kind of hitting that the Orioles had all year until September 7th, when they went into a team batting slump during the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season, but still had the pitching and defense to win.
John Powell, number 26.
And Gil Hodges, his usual impassive self. That's the 4th World Series home run for Frank Robinson. Ball 1 to Boot Powell. He hit 1 in 61, 2 in 66, playing with the Reds in 61, and then this one right now. 3-0. The Orioles leading. The curve is low. Ball 2. 2 down, nobody on. Jerry Koosman has been roughed up here in the 3rd. Foul ball back. Earl Weaver, the Oriole manager, said, we're going to break loose sometime. It's got to be today or it's all over. He said, I know we're going to come out of it. We've got too many good hitters to scoring no runs or 1 run the way we're doing. The 2-1 pitch. Foul. 2-2. But the Orioles came up with 3 runs, 3 hits. There were no errors, nobody left. At the end of 2.5 innings, it's Baltimore 3 and the Mets nothing.
Hello, Dolly. How are you, Pearl?
Don't leave, you almost choked me.
You're eating a hot dog like a true Mets fan.
I tell you, everybody's getting so nervous.
You're not nervous.
No, of course not. Jerry has got, I said he had an arm. And said,
For Baltimore, and Jerry Kuzman goes after the first pitch and slams a double into the left field corner for the Mets. So he's on second, nobody out, and Tom Agee up, walked in the first inning. Kuzman had only 4 hits all season, and they were all singles. 4 hits at 84 times up. All right, Agee walked his first time. The ball to him. The Orioles are leading 3-0, last of the 3rd. Strike. One ball, 1 strike. Bud Harrelson's on deck, and then Cleon Jones. Curve is high. 2-1. That's Kuzman on second. They'll have the windbreakers on today. It's 61 degrees. With the wind blowing, they can chill off very quickly. The 2-1 pitch. Ball 3 to Agee. 3-1. It's a high pop, shallow center. Paul Blair coming on. 1 away. Kuzman staying at second.
Shortstop, Bud.
Bud Harrelson, the next Met batter, struck out his first time. Kuzman with his lead of second, 1 out. Now back. Practicing his stance and his cut. Cleon Jones on deck. Strike pitch. Beautiful curve by McNally. 0-2. Well, it's either going to be over here today or we'll be in Baltimore Saturday with Gentry against Palmer, probably. That's just some surprise moves by the 2 managers. Foul ball.
Eddie Yost, who used to play a mess of third base for the Senators, the third base coach of the Mets. One out. Gary Koosman at second, last of the third. Baltimore's ahead 3-0. 2 strikes to Bud Harrelson. 1-2 to him. Nally gets that ball placed in that pocket. Foul ball. Doesn't pitch with a big windup, you'll notice. Gets his fingers in position and then hides that ball. One ball, 2 strikes to Bud Harrelson. Struck him out. That's strikeout number 3 for Dave McNally. There are 2 down, and Cleon Jones coming up. He's flying to right his first time. McNally's had an incredible record since the All-Star game of 1968. He's won 34 and lost 9 in the last year and a half. Baltimore, 3 runs, 4 hits. New York, no runs, 1 hit. Cleon Jones hits to all fields. He's played just about straight away by the Oriole outfield. Ball 1 to him. Don Clendenin on deck. Ball 2. Some of these fantastic catches we've had in the World Series have come about because the players have been in just about the right position to make them. The 2 clubs thoroughly scouted each other. You can have scout reports, but the pitchers have to throw to the hitters the way that you want them to and get the ball where they want to. And both sides have been doing this. 2 balls, no strikes. Jones is a good breaking ball hitter. Pitch is over, 2-1. Baltimore leading 3-0, last of the third. Koosman at second, 2 down. Fouls it off. 2-2 count. Koosman led off this inning with a double. He's still on second. Agee flying out. Harrelson struck out. The 2-2 pitch coming up to Cleon Jones. And he pops it up. Boog Powell, Dave Johnson converging. Look out. Who's got it? Powell yelled Johnson off. So the Mets are out in the last of the third. No runs, 1 hit. There were no errors, 1 left. At the end of 3 innings, it's Baltimore 3 and the Mets nothing.
The 1969 Mets had an enviable pitching staff, most of which was homegrown. One of those who helped nurture the young arms was Whitey Herzog. Working for the Mets in the 60s, Herzog helped develop some of the best pitchers in the league. Now let's go to the top of the 4th.
In the 4th inning, Brooks Robinson leads off. Brooks grounded out his first time to short. Jerry Kuzman's pitch. A ball to him. Dave Johnson's on deck. Then Andy Etchebarren. 1-1 to Robinson. Belanger singled in the third. McNally homered. Then with 2 down, Frank Robinson homered. And the Orioles have 3 runs, 4 hits. The Mets no runs, 1 hit. 2-1 count. Fouls into the stand. Center. Tom Agee calling for it. 1 away.
Second baseman.
Dave Johnson, the batter.
Dave Johnson.
There have been only 3 teams in World Series history who have been down 3 games to 1 and have come back to win the World Championship. Pittsburgh did it in 1925 against the Senators. The Yankees in 1958 against Milwaukee. Strike 1 to Dave Johnson, who singled the left his first time. And the Tigers last year were down 3 games to 1 and then beat the Cardinals. The Orioles are down 3 games to 1 coming into this game. 0-2 to Johnson. Swing, Kuzman with an easy play, 2 down. Andy Etchebarren will be the next batter. He wrapped into a 4th place first time.
Andy Etchebarren, number 8.
Well, aside from the 2 home runs by McNally and Frank Robinson, everything's been sort of quiet so far. Strike. This is the top of the 4th inning. One and one to Etchebarren. Mark Belanger on deck. Pounding ball. White. An easy 1-2-3 inning for Jerry Kuzman. At the end of 3.5 innings, Baltimore 3, New York nothing.
The Mets failed to score in the 4th. Let's go to the top of the 5th, with the Orioles still leading 3-0.
Down in the stands again to Tony.
Thank you. With me, one of the great baseball fans in the world, Toots Shore. And Toots, I know you're a Giant fan and a Willie Mays fan, but who are you pulling for in this series?
The hometown, the Mets I'm pulling for, because it's our hometown. The only one other town I'd root for would be San Francisco.
They can't do anything wrong, can they?
No, they can't, and Gil's doing a great job. Hodges, I think, is doing the best job of handling his men and running a baseball team as good as any man I've ever known in my life.
Toots Shore, thank you very much. Let's go back upstairs.
Mark Belanger takes ball 1. He looped a single to right, then came in to score on McNally's homer in the 3rd. Dave McNally will be up next. 1-1. There's the slugger. Belanger was a great basketball player at Pittsfield, Massachusetts High School. Fouled out of play. He has those loose actions in the field that you could tell he must have been quite a basketball player. 1-2 pitch to him. Fly ball to right. Swoboda right there for it, and there's 1 down. Dave McNally.
Pitcher.
Homered his first time.
McNally. Number 19.
There's that professional sign artist.
He must be exhausted at the end of the year. He paints 60 signs for every game he comes out. He has a file system. Nothing in one. One out, nobody on. Strike 2 to McNally. The Orioles are leading 3-0 in the top of the 5th inning. $57,397 has been announced as the paid attendance. Struck him out on 3 pitches. 2 down. Jerry Koosman,
Left fielder.
was tough here at Shea Stadium this year, winning 9 and losing 3.
Number 9.
He was runner-up in his rookie year last year to Johnny Bench of the Reds as Rookie of the Year. He missed 40 or nearly a month this season with he called it a numb shoulder, didn't he, Lindsay? It's just a stiff, numb shoulder.
It was a muscle underneath the shoulder there. They had a little trouble diagnosing it for a while.
He missed a month and still won 17 games this year. Don Buford looks at that fastball for a strike. Buford twice has grounded to short. The Orioles have 2 down, nobody on, and they have Paul Blair on deck. Outside. 1-1 to Buford. Harrelson playing in a step or 2 on him, and Ed Charles even with a bag of third. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Don Buford. The lights are on here. It's getting darker. Overcast over Shea Stadium. Curve is hit into right center. That ball is cut by Ron Swoboda.
There is Ron Swoboda now moving over into right center and backhanding the ball into the glove in full flight for the out that retired the side.
Well, the Orioles are out 1-2-3 in the top of the 5th at the end of 4.5 innings. It's Baltimore 3 and New York nothing.
The Mets didn't score in the 5th, and as we go to the top of the 6th, Baltimore is still up 3-0.
And Nancy Seaver, Tom's wife, is the subject of that banner. This is Lindsey Nelson with Kurt Gowdy and Tony Kubek at Shea Stadium in New York. Game number 5 of the 1969 World Series. The Orioles are up in the 6th inning, leading 3-0. Koosman's pitch to Blair is low for a ball. Blair flied to center and struck out swinging. That's high and away for a ball. Perhaps you recall yesterday seeing Tom Seaver walk back to second base umpire Lee Wire at one point, and then the ball was thrown out of play. We were talking to Tom about that before the ball game today. There's a swing and a drive deep center field, way back, and Agee retreats, and one hands the ball, turning around. Tommy Agee.
Looks like he nearly turns the wrong way on this one.
Right fielder.
Now he has to spin around.
Robinson. Number 20.
Another one-hander by Tom Agee.
Some kind of outfield play here in this World Series. There's one man out, and Frank Robinson is up. He lined to right field in the 1st inning, and he homered a long home run to left center in the 3rd. Playing a foul ball back. Tom Seaver said that yesterday he looked down at the ball and discovered it was an American League ball. So he walked back to the umpire and said, "Do I have to use this?" And he said, "No." So they exchanged it. He said there wasn't much difference, maybe no difference, but he was surprised to find that it was an American League ball, and he didn't know how it got in there. Here's a pitch in for a strike. It's 2 strikes now to Robinson.
Joe Cronin's signature on one and Warren Giles on the other one.
That's it. Boog Powell is on deck. And Robinson is hit by the... No, it's a foul ball. It's a foul ball, says Lou DeMuro. And now Earl Weaver is out. Earl Weaver is out there again. The umpire is Lou DeMuro of the American League. DeMuro called it a foul ball. Robinson and Weaver are contended that he was hit by the pitch ball. And they're asking him to ask the advice of Lee Wire at first base.
Well, yesterday didn't back Earl Weaver off any. Weaver wants to keep his man in the game.
Weaver and Robinson back up now. For a word with Lou DeMuro. So now the Oriole manager goes back to the dugout.
Parting little blast.
He's not through yet. You may recall that there was a similar incident yesterday with Ed Charles of the Mets at bat when Gil Hodges came out to discuss the matter with umpire Shag Crawford at the time. Robinson has gone back into the dugout. George Bamberger, the pitching coach, is there with Weaver. Now umpire Lou DeMuro is coming over to the dugout. That runway goes back to the locker room. And apparently Robinson went back there for some treatment.
I think the umpire is asking, where's Robinson?
I think it would be a fair question at this time.
He might have gone in and had a quick look by that trainer that he worked on, Lindsay. Here he is.
He did. No, that's Buford coming out. That's Buford. I think he did, because that goes right back to the locker room where the trainer would be, and I think he did. So play is held up here in the World Series. And the Met fans, of course, are getting into the act, because as far as Met fans are concerned, baseball is a participating sport.
They worked on him. He's taking his shirt off.
So Robinson will be back out here in a moment. We're informed that the trainer said he had a goose egg on his leg. Robinson will be back out here with a two-strike count. There's one man out, nobody on base. The Orioles are batting in the top half of the sixth inning, and they are leading the Mets by a score of 3-0 in this fifth game of the World Series. Two is the count. Guzman's pitch to Frank Robinson. Foul back, and the count holds at 2 strikes. Pitch is high, and it goes to 1-2. One-two delivery. Breaking pitch in for a call. Boog Powell is coming up. He's flied to left and struck out so far. As Kurt Dowdy has pointed out, Kuzman likes to sidearm Powell. 3-quarter there, and it's low for a ball. Powell is the only left-handed hitter in this ball game, including both sides. Discounting, of course, the switch hitters, Don Buford and Bud Harrelson, who are batting right today. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Breaking pitch low, and it's 2-1. Brooks Robinson. It's 2-2. Orioles 3 runs, 4 hits. The Mets no runs, 3 hits. Two delivery. Check swing, pop out into left, and it is on by for a base hit. Boog Powell checked the swing and just popped it out past Harrelson into left.
All he was trying to do was just lay the bat on the ball. Watch it here in slow motion. It's going away from him. He really had that rear end out there.
So with a runner at first and 2 men out, it's Brooks Robinson up now. Grounded out short to first and flied to center. Swing and a miss. It's strike 1. That's left field, and Cleon Jones makes the catch. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 left. In the middle of the 6th inning, the score is Baltimore 3 and the Mets nothing. Down to the roving Mr. Tony Kubek.
Sitting down here with me, and if I just call him Satsmo, the whole world knows who I'm speaking about. Satsmo, how you enjoy the ball game?
It's a beautiful game, I'm telling you. And I've been enjoying the whole series.
You a Mets fan?
Yeah, we don't know who's going to win it. But still in all, you got to enjoy it. They're both beautiful teams.
You're a beautiful man. Louis Satsmo Armstrong, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Let's go on back upstairs.
That young man appears to be a Met fan. He's got on all the signs. Cleon Jones is up now. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Cleon has gone 0 for 2, flied to right and popped out to first base. The Mets have had only 3 hits off of Dave McNally, who's been thoroughly in command. Cleon skipping to get out of the way, and it's ball 1. He starts down to first base, and DeMuro calls him back. So Cleon thought he was hit by the pitch ball, and now comes Yogi Berra down from the coaching lines at first, about halfway. And Gil Hodges carrying the baseball is coming over now. Hodges showing the baseball to DeMuro. Hodges, we might have a shoe polish play here. Remember the Nippy Jones shoe polish play in the 1957 World Series at Milwaukee? Hodges showing it to Lou DeMuro, who awards first base. Another shoe polish play here at Shea Stadium. And here comes Earl Weaver. You could bet on that.
You see 2 complete different approaches here from the managers. Weaver is more the fiery type when he comes out. Hodges seems to be almost unemotional when he is even trying to make a point with an umpire.
Weaver still has a few words to say on the subject. As he wants to see the baseball, he said, let me see it. Let me see the shoe polish. It was Augie Donatelli, I believe, who called the shoe polish play in the 57 World Series with Nippy Jones of the Milwaukee Braves at the plate. After he saw the shoe polish, he awarded him first base. So with nobody out, the Mets have a base runner, and Don Clendenon is up, and the Met fans have come alive here. That's fouled off, and it's strike one. Ron Swoboda is on deck.
Lindsay, when Robinson went into evidently his clubhouse, McNally had a long wait in that dugout.
Did have a long wait. This will be a strike one delivery. That's high and away, and it's 1-1. So Etchebarren goes out now just to have a word with McNally, who started a little shakily as far as control was concerned today, then settled down and became extremely sharp. Mets have had only 3 hits. The Orioles are leading in the game by a score of 3-0. This will be a 1-1 delivery to Don Clendenon. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Clendenon came to the Mets this year from the Montreal Expos. Spent most of his career with the Pittsburgh Pirates. One-two delivery. Outside, so it's 2-2. With Swoboda there on deck, with the weighted donut on the bat. This will be a 2-2 offering. Goes to the wall. It's going, gone for a home run for Clendenon. Clendenon's 3rd home run in this World Series. It is Baltimore 3 and the Mets 2. He hit a 2-2 pitch.
Watch this. This curveball hangs right over the plate for him. He hung the curve to him, right over the plate to him.
So Don Clendenon has his 3rd home run of this World Series, and Ron Swoboda's up now with nobody on and nobody out. It's the Baltimore Orioles 3 and the New York Mets 2. Swoboda bunts the ball back. Etchebarren can't get to it. It's a foul ball out of play and strike one. So Dick Hall, I believe it is, up and throwing. Yes, it is. Hall is up and throwing. He was the losing pitcher in yesterday's ball game. Came in to pitch the 10th. Doug McGraw is throwing in the Met bullpen. Doug McGraw is up and throwing for the Mets. That's low for a ball as the Mets get down lower in their batting order. Swoboda is the number 5 man. Look at the little action. There's McGraw, the left-hander. So the ballpark has come alive now with the hometown team having scored twice. That's in for a called strike. It's 1-2. Wind is blowing out toward left. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Inside low, and it's 2-2 now to Ron Swoboda. Ed Charles is next in the order. The Mets are batting in the bottom half of the 6th inning at Shea Stadium in New York. Dave McNally's 2-2 pitch to Ron Swoboda. And it is looped out back of second, where it's taken by Dave Johnson, who had good position. They were playing Swoboda to pull, and he was practically behind the bag at second to take the soft line drive. Watch Joe Garagiola each morning on the Today Show as he brings you highlights of the World Series and talks with the stars of each game. That's a great way to start the day, Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. With 1 man out and nobody on, Ed Charles is up. Breaking pitch is low, bounds off the glove of Etchebarren, and it's ball 1. Charles is grounded out 3rd to 1st, and he's fouled out to the catcher. Jerry Grody's on deck. Ed Charles. The night before the New York Mets clinched the National League pennant to get into the World Series, I was talking to Ed Charles, and he was saying with some emotion, I have waited 18 years and I'll never get another chance. This was what he wanted to do, get into a World Series in his 18th year of professional baseball. High and away. It's 2-1. McNally's 2-1 pitch. Now it on the ground. Brooks Robinson with the big hop. Guns to Boog Powell, and Charles is out. 2 away, and Jerry Grody will be the batter. Grody has spied the center and grounded into a force play so far. It was Grody's fly ball to left, misjudged by Buford, which became a double and the winning run in the 10th inning yesterday. Here's a ground ball to short. A big hop up to Belanger, across to Boog Powell, and the side is out. So it's 2 runs on 1 hit. No errors and none left. At the end of 6 full innings of play, the score is the Orioles 3 and the Mets 2. Dave Johnson's up. He's 1 for 2. Guzman's pitches in. Fastball for a called strike 1. Etchebarren's on deck. The Orioles are batting in the 7th inning, leading the Mets by a score of 3-2. Fly ball down the right field line. Swoboda coming fast to the line. Foul territory. He makes the catch. A foul ball.
Catcher.
1 man out, and Andy Etchebarren coming up now. He's grounded into a force play and grounded out second to first. The outfield defense shades him to go to the opposite field. Mark Belanger is on deck. Fouled off the end of the bat. Strike 1. Swung himself out from underneath the helmet. There you can see Agee out in center, shaded over toward right. And right fielder Swoboda moved toward the line against the right-hand batter. The only concession that manager Earl Weaver makes to platooning is that of Etchebarren and Elrod Hendricks. Foul off and back into the seats out of play, and the count goes to 2 strikes to Andy Etchebarren. He bats number 7 in Earl Weaver's Baltimore batting order. The Birds want to win this one and take the World Series back to Baltimore, where they'd need only a winning streak of 2 games in their home park to clinch the World's Championship. Swing and a miss. Guzman gets his 5th strikeout of the day. 2 men out, nobody on base, and Mark Belanger is coming up. Singled and later scored in the 3rd inning. He was on base when McNally hit his homer, and Belanger flied out to right in the 5th inning.
Guzman now has retired 12 of the last 13.
Swing and a miss, a strike 1. The Mets also expect Belanger to take that ball to the opposite field. That's zipped in a little low, and it's 1-1. Orioles got all 3 runs in the 3rd inning. That's McNally on deck. He hit a 2-run homer, and then with 2 men out, Frank Robinson hit a home run. Foul back and out of play. 1-2 is the count. The Orioles 3 runs, 5 hits. That's Tom Seaver come out of the Met dugout there to take a look around. The Mets keep Tug McGraw throwing down in their bullpen. Here's a 1-2 pitch, and it's hit on the ground to short. Big hop up to Bud Harrelson. Guns across to Clint Dunn, and Belanger's out. The side's retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And in the middle of the 7th inning, the score is Baltimore 3 and the Mets 2. On to Tony Kubek.
With me, the famous band leader and pianist, Peter Duchin. Peter, how you enjoying the series?
Oh, it's fantastic. I just hope we can get one more run, and quick. I'd rather not have to sweat it.
You are a Mets fan, then.
I sure am, absolutely.
Peter Duchin, thank you so much. Right
Thank
now,
you, Tony.
let's go back upstairs.
All right, it's Al Weiss leading off for the Mets. Koosman bats second in the order here in this inning, and McGraw's throwing in the bullpen. The pitch to Weiss is in for a called strike. Weiss has lined out to short and grounded out short to first so far today. Facing Dave McNally. That's a fly ball to deep left, and Buford breaks back now, and it's going, and it is gone for a home run for Al Weiss. And the score is tied at 3-3. Become the hitting star of the World Series for the New York Mets. That is his 5th hit in this World Series. The way that Don Buford played that ball, you'd have to guess that it got a little help from the wind once it got up there. And now Koosman will bat for himself. That base hit keeps Koosman in the ball game. So the score is tied 3-3. Koosman comes up with nobody on and nobody out. And the Met fans are happy. Swing and a miss. It's strike one. That is Dick Hall up and throwing. Dick Hall throwing in the bullpen.
Weiss hit only 2 home runs all year. Came on successive days in July. And now one in the World Series.
Swing and a miss. And as we noted before, in his major league career, Weiss had hit only 6, but one of those 6 had been off Dave McNally. And it was his base hit off McNally Sunday that won the ball game for the New York Mets. McNally strikes out Koosman for his 6th strikeout of the day. That brings up Tommy Agee. Agee today walked, stole second base in the first inning, flied to center, and bunted his way on in the 5th when Brooks Robinson tried the bare hand play with 2 men out. It did not come off, and Agee was credited with a base hit. The chant is Agee. Now he pitches in for a called strike. Mets are batting in the bottom half of the 7th inning, and the score is tied at 3-3. Swing and a miss. It's strike 2. While the Orioles want to take this series back to Baltimore, the Mets, of course, want to end it right here today with the Mets as champions of the world. That's Harrelson on deck. Nancy Seaver. 2-strike delivery way outside. It's 1-2. Agee's followed in the order by Bud Harrelson. There's nobody on base. There's 1 man out. Agee, formerly of Grambling College. Ground ball foul back at third. 1-2. Earl Weaver, manager of the Orioles. Bowie Kuhn, Commissioner of Baseball, Joe DiMaggio. One-two pitch. Foul back, it's out of play, and the count holds at 1-2. A crowd of more than 57,000 fans here again today at Shea Stadium. McNally's 1-2 pitch. Foul off, out of play. The lower field boxes. The count continues at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outside, the count goes to 2-2. Stays alive at 2-2. On base and one man out, it'll be a payoff pitch to Tommy Agee from McNally, who has struck out 6 and walked 2. 3-2 delivery. It is popped up to the right side, and Frank Robinson drifts over, puts it away. There are 2 men out. Bud Harrelson is coming up for the Mets. He has struck out, and flied to center. For a ball. It's 1-0 now to Harrelson. Leon Jones having to swing on deck. Oh, McNally goes behind 2-0. He was posted to a 3-run lead, and he has seen the Mets come back to get 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th, so it's all even at 3 runs each. 2-0 delivery. Low, and he goes behind 3-0 now to Harrelson. Eddie Yost is the sign man at third. Eddie Yost, who played in Washington for many years, but was born in Brooklyn and has a master's degree from NYU, lives now on Long Island. 3-0 pitch. He was taking all the way, and it's in for a called strike 1. 3-1. Eddie Yost never with a first-place ball club until 1962. A few days with the Los Angeles Angels. Swing and a miss, and it's 3-2. So again, McNally has gone full to the number 2 man in the Met batting order. Here's the payoff pitch, and it is slammed to Robinson, who makes the catch of a line drive for the out at third base. He was guarding the line. The side is retired. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and none left. At the end of 7 full innings of play, the score is the Mets 3 and Baltimore 3.
Mickey Mantle, one of the greatest ball players in history, voted MVP 3 times, a Golden Glove winner, 16-time All-Star player, one of the best switch hitters of all time, and a member of the Hall of Fame. Now, the Hamilton Collection and Sports Impressions, the leading creator of sports memorabilia in America, present Mickey Mantle as the first issue in a new collector's series entitled The Best of Baseball, honoring superstars like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and other greats. The Mick's triumphant New York Yankee career is captured on a 6.5-inch fine porcelain plate by renowned artist Roger Tannenbaum and officially authorized by Major League Baseball. Each will be limited to a total of 28 firing days and hand-numbered with a matching certificate of authenticity. Adding to its value is the commemorative border and Mantle's official signature, both stamped in 23-karat gold. Our 30-day money-back guarantee assures your complete satisfaction. Quantity is limited, demand will be strong. Hit your home run by ordering Mickey Mantle today.
Sports Channel's got over 80 live games for you in January. The Devils and Islanders battle the Canadiens, Gretzky's Kings, the Red Hot Flames, Bruins, and more. The Nets show their stuff against Portland, Atlanta, Seattle, Utah, plus 8 more big contests. We've got 46 college hoop matchups, including Seton Hall, local MAC favorites, and exclusive national coverage. Don't forget baseball's greatest games, Team USA soccer, and thoroughbred action. Sports Channel in January, a great way to start the new year. Baseball's greatest games, Christmas Day Marathon continues on Sports Channel.
And now Kurt Moten is up to bat for McNally. Sends a ground ball to deep short, taken by Harrelson, throws to first, and Kurt Moten is out on the first pitch of the 8th inning. That's Eddie Watts throwing in the bullpen. Eddie Watts throwing in the bullpen. 1 man out, nobody on base. McNally is out of the ballgame now for that pinch hitter, having hurled 7 innings in which he gave up 3 runs on 5 hits. He struck out 6 and he walked 2. Now it's Don Buford up, top of the batting order. He's grounded out, and flied out to right on a long running catch by Ron Swoboda. That's on away for a ball. Paul Blair is on deck for the Orioles. Score tied 3-3. The hits are all even at 5 each. Fly ball to center field, and Agee ranges back now, pounds the glove, and he makes the catch. As we noted once before, Agee has so many of the mannerisms of Willie Mays. It's not by accident. They're both from the state of Alabama, but strangely enough, they never met until Agee came over from the American League to the Mets last year, and they played the San Francisco Giants on opening day. And it's the first time that Agee ever met Mays. Paul Blair's up. By to center, struck out swinging, lined out to center field. Slow breaking pitch. Took a lot off that one. Low out of the strike zone. It's ball one. Frank Robinson's on deck. That is a long foul ball down to the left field corner off the facade of the mezzanine deck, which is over the press deck right up there. Off that facade right there. The thin deck is the press deck. Logies below and the mezzanine above. 1-1 to count to Blair. It's high. 2-1. Paul Blair was the property of the New York Mets in 1962 in the Instructional League. He and Cleon Jones were roommates. 2-1 pitch. High and away. So now Guzman goes behind. 3-1 to Blair with Frank Robinson on deck. You can see Ed Charles there guarding the line, trying to protect against the extra base hit right here. 3-1 delivery. And it's deep short. It'll be a long throw for Harrelson, and in time. What a play by Harrelson, and the side is out in order. It's no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And in the middle of the 8th inning, the score is the Mets 3 and the Orioles 3.
Al Weiss never hit a bigger home run in his career. As a matter of fact, in 10 seasons, he would only hit 7. But now the Mets are counting on Cleon Jones. And his .340 batting average during the season was a huge factor in the Mets winning the pennant. Jones is up now to lead off the Mets 8th.
Cleon Jones will lead off for the Mets coming up here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. So the Mets will make a bid to go ahead in the bottom half of the 8th with Cleon Jones, Don Clendenon, and Ron Swoboda, the heart of the batting order, scheduled up here. The Orioles have gone now to a right-hander so that Gil Hodges will have some of his left-hand batters loosening up a little bit in the dugout. He has the platoon left-hand batters available. Low and away for a ball.
Weaver must have decided McNally was tiring. He gave up a 2-run homer in the 6th, a homer in the 7th, and Harrelson, the last man up in the 7th, lined out hard.
1-0 pitch, and it's low for a ball. We don't have a count, but McNally had thrown a lot of pitches for the time he had been in the ball game, as he went 3-2 on 3 batters in the very first inning of the ball game. Now Eddie Watt has gone behind to Cleon Jones, 2-0, with Don Clendenon waiting on deck. That's 3-0 now to Cleon Jones, and the Mets want a base runner. The Mets fans want a base runner. Dave Leonard's up and throwing again in the bullpen now for the Orioles. The right-hander Dave Leonard. 3-0 pitch. He was taking all the way in his in for a called strike. 3-1. That's Leonard now up and throwing. Score is tied 3-3. Mets are batting in the bottom of the 8th. 3-1 delivery to Jones. One on, hit in the air to center field, and Blair's going back. It's going, and it is off the wall in play. And Jones is standing up at second with a double.
Jones, who has power to all fields, more of a line drive hitter. Don Clendenon, who's coming up now, has a chance to tie a World Series record. He's hit 3 homers in this series. The record is 4, held by Lou Gehrig, who did it in a 4-game series.
Babe Ruth, Duke Snyder twice, and Hank Bauer, who hit 4 homers in a 7-game series. Clendenin's hit 3 here in this the 5th game so far.
So Clendenin, who has walked, struck out, and homered, is up there now. That double off Jones hit about halfway up the wall, just to the center field side of the 396 sign. Eddie Watt, the ball is bunted foul. This is Lindsey Nelson with Kurt Gowdy and Tony Kubek at Shea Stadium in New York. Clendenin given a little direct communication by third base coach Eddie Yost now. Tried to bunt the first pitch and fouled it off for strike one. Trying to move the potential winning run from second over to third. There is nobody out. Ron Swoboda is waiting on deck. There's again. Bunts the ball foul back into the seats and out of play. So twice they've tried to move the runner over, and twice it's been fouled off.
You know, Lindsey Blair really played that carom off the wall perfectly. He got a bad carom there angling away from him. Jones might have had a triple.
He did. He played just as perfectly as it could have been as he turned, didn't charge it so that it could come off the wall past him. He waited for it. Now the count has gone to 2 strikes to Clendenin. Struck him out. Fouled it off. He's still alive. Bunt was taken off. He was swinging away and just got a little of the bat on the ball to stay alive with a 2-strike count. It was a 2-2 pitch that he hit for the home run in the bottom half of the 6th inning that provided the Mets with their first 2 runs of the ball game. This will be a 2-strike delivery. Clendenin, Jones back to second, and Clendenin back to the plate. The count holds at 2 strikes. That had the fans up on their feet all around the ballpark, right down the right field line, sliced foul. So Eddie Watt takes a little breather, rubbing up the new ball. The Orioles 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors. The Mets 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Two-strike pitch. Hit on the ground to third. Brooks Robinson up and throwing, and in time, no advance. Jones holds at second. So there's one away, and Ron Swoboda is coming up.
The ball took a tricky little hop just before Robinson went to field it.
Pete Rickard and Dick Hall are throwing in the bullpen now for the Orioles. Rickard, a left-hander, Hall, a right-hander. Swoboda is 1 for 3 today. That's Hall over near the wall. Rickard, the left-hander. Swoboda has had 5 hits in this World Series. Nobody has had more. Breaking pitch missed outside, and it's ball 1. Leon Jones at second base with 1 man out. Breaking pitch is hit in the air down the left field line. Buford is racing over, and he can't get it. He short-hopped it. Jones is coming home. There'll be no play at the plate. He scores, and Swoboda goes to second on the throw. The Mets are leading by a score of 4-3. Ron Swoboda. Look at it again now. Watch Don Buford.
Buford gives this a real try. But can't get to it. Grabs it and desperately throws the ball in on the throw to the plate. Here's the swing by Ron Swoboda, who comes up with his second hit of the game. Right in there to him. So the Mets have scored 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and now have gone ahead with 1 in the 8th.
Now it's Ed Charles coming up. High chopper, that's in foul territory, and it's ball one. Second base. Count of strike one to Ed Charles, with the Mets leading by a score of 4-3 in the bottom half of the 8th inning. It's high and tight. We'll check the official scoring on Swoboda's hit. Hammett foul on the ground. We'll check to see whether it is single and a run batted in, or whether it is a double and a run batted in, with his question of whether or not he took second on the throw. 1-2 the count now to Ed Charles. Scored as a double and a run batted in for Ron Swoboda. His second hit of the ball game. This will be a 1-2 pitch now to Charles. Breaks low. And it's even at 2-2. Charles is followed in the batting order by Jerry Grody. This will be a 2-2 pitch. And it's hit in the air to left field, and Don Buford moves up now. He's underneath. Buford makes the catch, and Swoboda holds. There are 2 men out. Jerry Grody will be the Met batter. The Mets are leading by 1 run in the bottom of the 8th. If you'd like to look ahead to the top half of the 9th inning, the Orioles will be sending up the heart of the power of their batting order. Frank Robinson, Boog Powell, and Brooks Robinson coming up for the Orioles in the 9th inning, so don't go away. Grody flied to center, grounded into a force play, and grounded out short to first. Breaking pitch is high, and it's ball one. Foul back. It's 1-1 to Grody with 2 men out and a runner at second. Ron Swoboda, who delivered a double to drive in the go-ahead run. Jerry Grody, Gil Hodges, alongside pitching coach Rube Walker. Watt has walked off to the grass of the infield there so that he can work on the baseball a little bit and go to his mouth without penalty. The Mets 4 runs, 7 hits. The Orioles 3 runs, 5 hits. Game number 5 of the 1969 World Series at Shea Stadium in New York. This is a 1-1 pitch. And it is hit to first base off the glove of Boog Powell. And now he is safe. And here comes Swoboda to the plate. He scores. Eddie Watt coming over to cover was behind the runner. And Powell tried to toss it to him. He's safe at first. A run batted in, and the Mets lead by a score of 5-3. Earl Weaver with George Bamberger, his pitching coach.
This ball really hit like a rocket down the first baseline. Powell couldn't find the handle, wanted to scramble to the bag himself, saw he couldn't make it. Watts late coming off the mound, and the Mets now have a 2-run lead.
Crossing the plate, back to live action. Al Weiss is up now. There's an error charged on the pitcher. Here's a swing and a foul ball back and out of play, and it's strike one. On the scoreboard, the sign was flashed that the error was charged on the pitcher. We'll check that. It's an error first base and an error pitcher. Error on Boog Powell for allowing the runner to reach first, and an error on the pitcher for allowing the run to score. 2 errors charged on the play. 1 on Powell, 1 on Watt. The Mets are leading by a score of 5-3. Foul back and out of play. up there. The Mighty Might has 5 hits in the World Series, including a home run today that tied the score. Who would ever have thought that Al Weiss would be the hitting star for the New York Mets? One of the great glove men. Made a great contribution all year long. 2-strike delivery. Breaking pitch in there for a called strike to strike him out. Second one for Watt. The side is retired. So the New York Mets picked up 2 runs on 2 hits. There were 2 errors and 1 man left. And at the end of 8 full innings of play, the score is the New York Mets 5 and the Baltimore Orioles 3.
Watching baseball's greatest games Christmas Day Marathon on Sports Channel.
This is Kurt Gowdy. Lindsey Nelson is headed to the New York Met dressing room. In case this series is over today, we'll have the celebration in the Met dressing room. Earl Weaver and Hodges now looking on for the 9th. It's Frank Robinson, Boog Powell, and Brooks Robinson, the middle of the Oriole batting order. Jerry Koosman, since he gave up 3 runs in the 3rd, has shut out the Orioles, has retired 16 of the last 17 batters, and has set down 7 in a row. Robinson is fly to right, homered in the 3rd, struck out in the 6th. Ball 1 and a curve. 5 runs, 7 hits for the Mets. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Orioles. Boog Powell on deck. Ball 2. If the Mets do hold on to this lead, it'd be hard to pick out their hero. They've had so many of them. One of them right there, Don Clendenin, Tommy Agee, Ron Swoboda, Al Weiss are pitchers. McGraw and Taylor, McGraw left-hander, Taylor a right-hander, are in the Met bullpen in case Koosman weakens. Powell getting ready to come up next. Who lost 89 games last year, finished 9th, are 3 outs away now being the world champion. That's the Met bullpen. Ball 3, 3-1 to Frank Robinson. He walked him. The Orioles now have the tying run at the plate. That is the first walk given up by Jerry Koosman in the game. Powell is flying to left, struck out, single to left. Brooks Robinson on deck. 5-3, Mets leading, top of the 9th. Strike 1. The Mets have had an almost incredible surge. Defeated the Braves 3 in a row in the National League Championship Series. Brooks Robinson on deck. And after losing the opener to Baltimore, have come back to win 3 in a row here. One and one. And here at Shea Stadium, they have won 28 of their last 33 games they played. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball 2 to Boog Powell, 2-1. Frank Robinson at first, nobody out. Bounding ball to second. The throw is for 1. Robinson going in hard, trying to take Harrelson out. They're booing him, but that's bases. Powell on first, one down. Brooks Robinson is grounded to short, flying to center, flying to left. We're going to have a runner for Boog Powell.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen from Baltimore, at first base. Running for Powell.
Chico Simone.
Chico.
So it's Simone on first now, one out here in the ninth. A strike to Robinson. Powell's have the only hit. There's Dave Johnson on deck. Powell's have the only hit off Koosman since the third. Strike two. Nothing and two. If there's one word that can describe this Met team, it's inspired. No balls, 2 strikes. Curve is hit in the air in the shallow right. Ron Swoboda waiting, 2 down. And if they get one more out here, you're going to see one of the doggone sights you've ever seen in sports here in this stadium and in this Met dressing room. So it's up to Dave Johnson now to save the Orioles. He's had 1 hit in 3 times. A ball to him. Orioles led 3-0 going to the 6th. That's the Baron on deck. Mets scored twice in the 6th, once in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. A strike, 1-1. The Met fans now, over 57,000, roaring in every pitch. Gary Koosman of Morse, Minnesota. Outside with his breaking pitch, 2-1. Beat the Orioles Sunday 2-1. Leading right now 5-3 with 2 down. Simone on first. The 2-1 pitch. There's a fly ball hit out to left. Waiting is Jones. The Mets are the world champions. Gary Koosman being mobbed. Look at this scene. Ballpark apart when the Mets clinched their division pennant against the Cardinals. Here's the Met locker room. The Mets had 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors. The Orioles 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. Sport Magazine has declared Don Clendenon as the outstanding player of the series. And he wins himself a new Dodge. And it was a come-from-behind victory for the Mets today. They were trailing 3-0. Stay tuned now for a recap, the celebration of the new world champions of baseball, the New York Mets. The final score, New York, 5 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Baltimore, 3 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors.